understand that the Democrats right now are a bunch of idiot buffoons. They have the audacity to blame the queers for being too left-wing and insist on shifting their politics right. Now, I ain't saying they's all bad. That Mamdani guy, he's pretty slick. And AOC even endorsed his ass. I know what a wise guy like you can do. Get out there and protest them fascist dingrods. No kings, no problem, am I right? And since you're the musical type, spread the message through your art. Just tell him Vinny sent you.
New York City Democratic mayoral candidate and Muslim Zohran Mamdani has gone over 24 hours since last condemning Hamas, therefore implicating him as a terrorist against Jews. In other news, studies show ethno-states are in and human rights are out. In the interest of providing a fair and balanced debate on this subject, Republican Congressman Fred Dingleberry will be joining us tonight facing off against a homeless man's dog we stole from outside the studio. This has been Modern Journalism.
Turn that shit off. You know I hate the tools over at the Legacy Media. So, you join DSA or what? This country needs it, honestly. The Democrats can't keep polishing the same turd every election. We need socialist solutions to all the fucked up shit going right now. Don't take me for a dumbass, though. I'm not talking third party. It sucks, but we gotta change the Dems into something less shit.
I had hoped that the white moderate would understand that law and order exists for the purpose of establishing justice, and that when they fail in this purpose, they become the dangerously structured dams that block the flow of social progress.
Welcome to America's best radio show, Patriot FM. The only show on air that gives you the truth. And none of that woke gay empathy you all despise, because subtlety is for cowards.
OMG, I am so homosexual.
You're listening to the most degenerate music by Jace, Doug, whatever. Bet this idiot can't even define what a woman is. I should call her.
All right, I'm here already. I'm here. We'll just get started. How about that? Hello, lovelies. How we doing today? Hello, 9-inch toenails. Hello, the Stegocephalian. Hello, the Crossroads Witch. Hello, Zolta. Hello, Jared Cat. Hello, Algo Schism. Hello, I am certain. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Runestone Druid. Hello, Rhyme Jack. Hello, Daniela K. Hello, Bree Dragonis. Hello, Quinn Decker. Hello, Kiva Indifur. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Aloha Kitty. Hello, Dad's Bedtime Stories. Hello, Wesley Jr. Hello, Mithril. Hello, Lemony fucking Snicket. Hello, The Crag. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Thank you for helping to invent the internet. Hello, Salmonus. You know, it's been a while, and you've been dealing with a lot. Let's just drop a...
How can we all have died at the same time?
And hello, Latzia. Hello, Angela Fibes, or Angela Phoebes, as the case might be. Hello, Nathan Nielsen. Hello, Jacob Slaughter. Hello, Comrade Girl. Hello, John Bainbridge. Hello, Computer Guy. Hello, May Fanny Longlegs. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebees. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, One-Eyed Weirdo. Hello, John... Wait. Already said hello to that, John. I caught myself. It doesn't count. Hello, Rob Adler. Hello, Spancom Cat. Hello, Calamus. Hello, Sage. Hello, Bizbee. Hello, Tired and Trans. Hello. How we doing today, everybody? Hello, Transfem Butches for Life. Hello, T-Lave. Hello, how we doing, Porpoise Queen? Hello, Anime Sidekick Gal. Hello, VBM. Hello, how we doing, Max Danger? Hello, Nocturnal 8999. Hello, Celeste Player 1. Hello, 2D Synctium. Hello, Ransom Ballard. Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono.
Palworld 1.0 has me in a vice grip. Do I hate THSTIM at work now, but it's made infinitely better by Jack's streams.
Hell yeah. I'm glad that you like Palworld. Palworld was the first game that made me feel like, oh no, I'm getting old. You know, because I just wasn't. It is not made for me. It's made for people who are younger than me, and that's okay. It just doesn't appeal to me. But I'm glad you guys are all having fun with it. Hello, a commenter. Hello, everybody. Hello, Story the Bard. Hello, Snoogan. Hello, Amberbrains. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Matatyahu. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Sparrow in the Snow. Hello, Forlorn79. Hello, Polaire. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. I did that twice. Damn it, you got me. Hello, IV Inway. Hello, Winby. Hello, Robber Adset. Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. Hello. How we doing, folks? How we doing? And if you are on Twitch or you're on YouTube, you'd like to be in the on-screen chat over here, just go to riverboat.gg. We got a great community over there. They'll get you all set up. Hello, LA. Hello, Crochet Whimsy. Hello, Pix. Hello. How we all doing, folks? Hello, YouTuber Grudge. Hello, Queenie. Hello, Wenty. Hello, everybody. All right. Y'all ready? I don't need to make a game to make me feel old. My back is currently doing the same. Yeah, you know, I lifted weights today, and that's what's making me feel old. Good news, I became a card-carrying member of the DSA this week. Hell yeah, Tired and Trans. If you're interested, make sure you join the Discord and reach out to Gamergy and get added to the Shimp DSA chat. Hello, Pooping Pigeon. ICE hiring unstable officers. I thought they were already doing that. Yeah, but there's a difference between doing it by accident because all of the people applying for the job are, certifiable psychos, and, actively having a systemic approach that prioritizes
Simultaneously
psychos.
want Jack to be bigger than Hassan but also stay small so we can keep the community in the hellos.
I mean, you guys will be able to keep the community. Like, you guys are the community. Like, you guys will just have more people to be friends with. And I will still continue to do hellos, no matter how big I get, because I think it's important. What's DSA? The Democratic Socialists of America. The largest socialist organizing group in the country. Rapidly approaching the largest in U.S. history, which is cool. Something to think about. The last time we had a similarly large socialist movement in this country, we got the New Deal because capitalists were so shook over labor organizing that had been done over the last 20 years. So hopefully something cool comes out of getting organized, huh? Wow, I've never heard of that. Let's see. What are the exact numbers? DSA membership. Over 100,000. In July of 2026, DSA announced 120,000 members, which is pretty good. Hello, Alan Smith. Hello, Clueless. Hope you're dealing well with the smoke. Oh god, the smoke is terrible. The smoke is absolutely terrible. I don't know how many of you are having to deal with the smoke right now, but like, as somebody stuck in it with you, I fucking hate this. Let me pull this up real quick. Also, Nathan, thank you for the additional $5 dono and for the $20
Sorry, I wanted to
dono.
burst fire a few donos, but I wanted to lastly say thanks. Your description of socialism and how it is essentially just democracy squared has helped explain it to people.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad that helped you like articulate your beliefs. Let me just do. You know what? This'll be worth talking about all on its own. And very specifically for an article I saved a couple days ago. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Ah, here it is. Cool. Ashley J. Curtis, thank you for that big BWA energy. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Getting us off to a good start today. We're already at, between that and Nathan, we're already at 211. We're almost halfway towards our next goal. Let's fucking go. No spoilerinos. Sorry. Yeah, here we go. Got to where did I put this? Honey, have you seen my pants? I thought I had grabbed that. That is my bad. 1 second. All right. Thought I prepped this story, and I was found wanting. Cool. All right.
Air quality.
Ah, there we go. Excellent. Found the thing I was looking for. All right. Yo, do women know when you're trying hard not to stare at them while talking? I mean, sometimes if you're bad at if you're bad at it. Nocturnal 8999, thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships. Let's go. Oh, it's making noise again today. It had stopped doing that for some reason the other day. Weird. Does Christina get a happy birthday? Hell yeah, Christina does. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Gamer G. Happy birthday to you and many more. There you go. Happy birthday. Let's see. And folks, GamerG will be coming on the show tomorrow to, if everything is still on for tomorrow, we'll be coming on to discuss DSA, what's been moving, what's been shaking, all that stuff. It's going to be a great conversation. Make sure you tune in for it. Good for tomorrow still? Hell yeah. Addy666! Thank you
A
very
friendly
much.
reminder to oil your cuticles. It's very important and beneficial.
I don't think I've ever done that. I should. My cuticles are a fucking mess, though. Are they a mess because I haven't been oiling them? Wait a minute. Huh. I will look into this. Maybe it's something I should be looking into. All right. That's actually a good tip, Lamau. Hell yeah. Good night, Wesley. Okay. Folks, before we get into the news of the day, I did want to share one thing with you guys because I thought it was just a little goddamn delight. This is a video game called Bandwagon about getting a bunch of cartoon animals together to play music, and it looks just absolutely delightful. This is a delightful Vampire Survivor game. I love it. Looks adorable. Very fun. I heard socialism leads to communism. What? Communism is bad? Not really.
Big Oil wants your cuticles. Also, have you ever played Crosscode?
Authoritarianism is bad. The desire for the, a stateless, classless, moneyless society, I don't think that's a bad thing. But authoritarianism, I fucking hate. Big Oil wants your cuticles. Also, have you ever played Crosscode? I have never played Crosscode, but it's been one of those games I've had in my Steam library for like, I don't know, 5 years, and I've always been meaning to get around to playing it, and I just haven't yet. All right. Well, the thing is, I don't think communism is prone, like, communism in the sense of, like, a stateless, classless, moneyless society is prone to slipping into authoritarianism. I think that the transitionary period and how socialists have talked about that transition, the revolutionary way, i.e., a bunch of people getting together with their torches and pitchforks, I think that is more oriented towards authoritarianism because military action is inherently not inherently, but like very much oriented towards hierarchy. And then it just it presents like a situation where instead of all of society collectively and democratically agreeing to change, you have that change trying to be imposed from the top down, and that has a lot of folks want that because it's viewed as like the fast and easy way to do a thing. I don't think it's the successful way to do it, and I think that that's like I don't. Let me put it this way: I don't trust a single goddamn person who is out there saying like, "Oh yeah, look, we can make it to the socialist future if you just believe in me." Like that's. Sorry, I reject that. Yeah, then there's also violent splits between revolutionary forces. I think the only true form of socialism, the only true form of democracy can be achieved by democratic means, you know?
While it's not a sequel, the company that made Crosscode recently put out Alabaster Dawn, and it looks like a really good successor.
Oh yeah, Alabaster Dawn looks dope. Didn't we? I think we already looked at that one. Yeah, I think we looked at this the other day. It was really fucking cool. Anyway, Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. And folks, you guys ready to jump into our first story of the day? We did. I bought it thanks to you. It's very fun. Hell yeah, Rustbard. How is socialism achieved in a society that wants independence? Well, socialism would be achieved democratically. So if a society were to reject that, then I don't think it would be very successful. But what I advocate for in America is that other people should maybe consider becoming socialists, right? Like the argument that I put forward is that socialism is in every conceivable way preferable to capitalism. The only people who benefit from capitalism are capitalists, and 99% of people aren't capitalists. They don't own capital. They own individual property, but that's not the same as capital. I'm not saying that. I'm just not sure how a stateless society would work. Well, that's the thing, Pooping Pigeon. And that's why I don't typically talk about like, hey, we're gonna go full communism, because I don't really know the path to get us there. And I don't even know if that is the ideal form of human society, or where human flourishing would be maximized. But like, it kind of seems like that from where I'm at right now. If I find evidence that shows that maybe it would be better elsewise, I'm open to having my mind changed. But um, what I can tell you is that I think democratic worker co-ops are really fucking good, and I think that they should be the main engine of our economic production. And I think that that would mean a whole host of differences for the everyday lives of working people, and in a very positive direction. And that's mostly why I talk about kind of the initial transition towards socialism being one of shifting our economic production from one where it's predominantly owned by capitalists to one that is predominantly owned by workers. And I don't think that's very controversial.
Jack, I really want to just skip to the part where we actually help people. But I also realize that we aren't gonna get there without putting in the work. I believe we will get through this.
I believe we'll get through this too. You know, like humanity has survived many adverse periods of time. It's not like we got invaded by the sea people and our entire civilization collapsed. Like, there have been far more devastating periods of human history, and like, the task in front of us right now is actually quite simple and straightforward, which is to organize to collectively better our economic conditions, our working conditions, and then to build a movement out of that that maintains its force and power in American politics, because otherwise it will just be eroded like it was last time after the New Deal. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. We stay transitioning? Hell yeah. Would you consider the Carnation Revolution violent or non-violent? I gotta be honest, I'm not up to snuff on the Carnation Revolution, so I don't know how to answer that. Have I ever played Disco Elysium? I've played a little bit of it, but then I stopped and said I should play this on stream, and then I never had time to play it on stream. Yeah, and that's, look, Pooping pigeon. That's why I'm an advocate of democratic working co-ops, a system of organizing labor that we already know is very successful. And I put forward the idea of slowly transitioning our economy towards the goal of, universal democratic worker co-ops in the future. But there would be a time period of adjustment where, like, people try things, they fail, people try things, they succeed, and, like, eventually we build up a body of knowledge on how best to organize these companies and this method of ownership. Anyway, we got really derailed there at the beginning of stream in a way I did not anticipate. So, let's talk about it, folks. Co-ops, they are poor, though? Yeah, but democratic worker co-ops are poor because they pay their workers. You see, like, democratic worker co-ops are owned by the workers who work at them, and the workers get to decide how much they get paid, what their working conditions are, and also, like, make decisions that are in the best interest
Alex
of the working
Jones voice,
folks
they're
at the
transing
company.
the economy.
They are transing the economy. That's true. Do I feel like I should have, like, an Alex Jones portion of my soundboard, and I just don't. Wait.
I'm not built to suck your dick.
There we go. Nailed it. I knew I had one somewhere. Plant, thank you for the $10 super chat. I appreciate you. So co-ops are poor because they pay their employees. They pay their employees livable wages because the employees own the company. And when we look at the reason, private businesses are rich, it's because they underpay their workers. And also, like, have dangerous working conditions, overwork employees, etc., etc., etc. It's because the primary driver for a democratic worker co-op is the well-being of the worker, not profit over people. And I just think that that's a fundamentally different motivation that has fundamentally, beneficial effects for the overall society. All right, you guys ready? For content. Yeah, exactly, Brutus Magnuson. If you're going to be spending a portion of your life working for a company, you should have a say in how that company operates. 100%. Also, democratic worker co-ops are more efficient and survive, economic downturns better. Like, they're just better on, like, every level. Do you think AI-powered robots will kill the companies that use them once they're invented? I'm not really interested in the question, just because, like, I don't, like, AI as we understand it right now is not capable of doing that. And robots as we know them right now are not capable of doing that. And I struggle to imagine the technology that we have now being able to functionally and sustainably do anything on the order of operate in the real world and kill off the company that made it. Unless you're talking about, like, actually, wait, I take that back. Every AI company is going to be destroyed by AI. There we go. Nailed it. Nailed it, folks. Hot take. All AI is going to destroy AI companies. All right. Folks, let's jump into this. So, folks, we gotta talk about something really, really big that happened yesterday, which is that Congress actually got its butt together and voted on whether or not the United States should continue sending $3.3 billion per year to Israel. And for the first time ever, a majority of Democrats voted against it. Right? A majority of Democrats voted against it. This still got through, but what this goes to show is that the Democratic establishment is in fact shifting on Israel. On this particular vote, we have over half the Democrats in elected office in Congress voting against aid to Israel, something that would have been completely unremarked on and completely unanimous not that long ago. Right? Yeah, it still went through because Republicans control the Senate, and only one Republican voted alongside Democrats, and that was Thomas Massey. So when we're talking about all of this, what made them change? You guys being angry, you guys voting for like all of these socialist candidates. You know, the socialist candidates, the DSA candidates, are spooking the entirety of the Democratic establishment. Folks like Abdul El Sayed are terrifying to them because he could actually, like, if he wins the primary, he could actually win a statewide election. That's a huge threat to their power. And they're noticing, oh, wait, we're spending an ungodly amount of money in small races that would not have been controversial just a few years ago. It wouldn't have been that controversial to take money from AIPAC and then vote relatively like a normie Democrat. But they're not able to get away with that anymore. It's bogging down establishment Dems who've been entrenched in office for decades. It's bogging them down, and it's dogging them, and it's not letting up. You guys aren't letting up. And that's really, really crucial to flipping the entire Democratic Party away from taking this kind of financial support. And so this is an excellent, excellent thing. It is a sign of things that, honestly, a lot of folks spent their entire lives trying to organize towards this moment. And it's really awesome. It's awful that it has taken untold numbers of atrocities to make this happen. It is awful that it is materially going to continue, but for the moment, we can also take some amount of satisfaction in the fact that our efforts are paying off. Not nearly fast enough, not nearly to the extent that we would like them to, but this is huge, you know? This is a huge deal. "103 Democrats voted to strip funding to Israel versus 98 who wanted to continue that funding. That 98 is going to get smaller and smaller. And it just so happens, and I think this is a really big aspect to all this, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, they are in that minority within the party. This is 103 Democrats going against the leadership of the Democratic Party. And that momentum is entirely in this rebellion's corner. You know? So, I do think that this is just excellent news, excellent signs of the times, and if anything, this should motivate you to get even more involved in your local political scene, because the more of you that get involved, the more terrified that 98, less than half of the Democrats in Congress, the more terrified they get that they might actually face some kind of consequence for funding war crimes, for funding genocide. And, well, it'd be nice if that fear, made them reconsider their position of, passively allowing atrocities to occur. So with all that being said, folks, if you want to get involved, if you want to maximize this moment of leverage, join your local Democrats. Kick these corporate Dems out. Kick these AIPAC Democrats out. Join your local DSA. Organize local labor. Get involved in your local political scene because it legitimately can save lives in your local area. You can do better by your neighbors. You can do better by your coworkers. We can make this a world worth living in. It doesn't have to be hopeless. So, if you would like to take your first steps, but you're not sure where to start, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help joining your local DSA, and reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems, because we can help you get your foot in the door and we can give you advice on how to navigate the organizations. We're closing in on 100 folks in this community being part of DSA, and I think that's wonderful. We're gonna do it. We're gonna get there, folks. We are gonna get there. And also, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment what you think about this titanic sea change in democratic politics. And also, folks, do consider checking out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. You can check it out. It fits wonderfully, and we just got a full restock on all the sizes and a new color. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com, link down in the description. Let's keep on going. 115 likes for 315 viewers. Wait a minute, is this true? Wait a minute. There are over 150 people in YouTube right now, and we have only 117 likes? You all disgust me. I kid. You don't disgust me. I take it back. I love you all. But folks, do remember, click the goddamn button. And also consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. because you guys make this show possible. I couldn't do it without you. And also, do consider sharing the stream because you guys help bring in a lot of eyeballs. And every time you share it, every time you put it out there, it genuinely helps. Go check it out, folks. Click the goddamn button. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Oh, Fixer at home. Send an email to the support on the website. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Hell yeah. Also, Jared Cat, just I'm enjoying watching the drama unfold in Twitch chat. I appreciate you. All right, folks. What does that mean, vertical chat? There is a stream where the chat is right below me, right? And where when I go over to this screen, the thing I'm reacting to is right here. That's vertical chat. You're watching the vertical stream. And the title will usually have like a little thing at the end of it that says vertical or in parentheses vert. Because it's oriented for phones. If you are not, like, it's oriented for like holding your phone up and down, like this. But if you are watching the full screen version of me like this, then it's over. There's a different stream for that on YouTube. Fixer at home, thank you for the $20 Australian. Do appreciate it. Look at us go, folks. Look at us go. Oof. Progressive means communism, none for me. I wish folks like that would stick around and tell us what they think communism is. Because usually, 9 times out of 10, they don't know what it means. They just think, that's something I heard about the USSR and I don't like them. I like them Reds. You know? I do enjoy. I don't know. I don't know why Jared in Twitch chat thinks that he's talking with like admins, but I do think that's funny. USSR, what year is it? 1973, of course. Communism is when Madge, indeed. Oh god. All right, folks. Let's move on. We got a segment under our belts. We can move on to our next one. So, folks, remember like a week or so ago when we learned from SoftBank's quarterly meeting about that Goose equals 73 and Goose cannot be egg and egg cannot be goose. You guys remember that? We went through like just one of the most like batshit insane company meeting like slideshows we've ever seen. Well, guys, just want you to know if you don't understand what goose equals and you don't understand why goose equals, the CEO of that company thinks you are too stupid to understand AI. If you don't understand what that goose is greater than 0, that 71 is goose and goose is 71, then like you're just too stupid to understand reality. You know? I don't think people who ask that question know what AI is about. If you think that there's a bubble when it comes to AI, the AI investment bubble isn't real. You're stupid if you ask a question about that. With what is Jack talking about? Goose SoftBank. I just need to. Yeah, look, was Goose valued, everybody? It's really important to know if Goose was valued, okay? Shareholder value equals 3 eggs. Goose was not valued. Goose value equals 0? This is what I'm talking about. It's absolute like AI generated nonsense. SoftBank makes Goose value? Yeah. God, it's stupid as hell. It's stupid as hell. But one man who isn't swayed is Japan's richest investment mogul, SoftBank CEO Masayoshi Son. Speaking at his company's annual corporate conference in Tokyo, Son groused about any talk of an AI bubble is absurd, adding that he's willing to waste trillions of dollars a year for decades if that's what it takes to make AI a financial success. Hey guys, is this someone who's going to be a CEO for a long time? Somebody who's just openly saying, I'm going to burn trillions of your shareholder dollars in order to make AI a reality. Trust me, guys, if we just throw 5 trillion more dollars at Goose, we're gonna crack the secret of that golden egg factory it's got inside of it. Is it a success at that point? Like, God, it's so bizarre, the world that these people live in. Asking if AI is a bubble is absurd. I don't think people who ask that question know what AI is about. Every year, 5 trillion or 800 trillion yen. You might think that's a lie, but I'm confident that's what it will cost. He had previously said he thinks it's blasphemy against AI if you say it's a bubble.
One might say they are trying to goose their earnings by adopting AI.
I think one might say that SoftBank's Goose is fucking cooked. Like, god damn, this is stupid. We're in such a like such a hole.
In a Douglas Adams work, That would absolutely fly.
It would. That's true. That's true. We are beyond parody at this point. But also, this troubles me. A blasphemy against AI if you say it's a bubble. And it's just like, why are you talking like that, man? That's weird freak talk. Why are you talking like that?
The brain poison really be hitting lately, huh?
Well, that's the thing. That's kind of what I'm getting to, which is that this guy is, you guys realize this guy's on board with AI use and like burning trillions of dollars because he has AI psychosis, right? Like, you guys realize all of these CEOs that are wealthy beyond God are sitting in like their towers and just, instead of talking to real people, they're talking to these fucking AI chatbots that are telling them how smart and beautiful and wonderful they are. And how, you're so right, Masayoshi-san, you're so right. And it's why they start talking about these AIs like they're fucking gods. Because it's a Google search result that every time it delivers you results, it tells you what a good boy you are. It just strokes your ego. And then they all start revering it. They all start worshiping it. It's like, it's very weird. It's very weird to see happen. He was already out of touch with reality. He's even more out of touch now. Yeah, exactly. And it's also worth noting that, like, he's not, like, he's in charge of an amount of money where he can actually burn trillions of dollars every year, right? Whether the tech industry can ever make AI financially viable is a particularly sensitive issue for SoftBank. The investment bank has lavished ChatGPT maker OpenAI with nearly $65 billion so far.
I'm anime pilled, so when I hear SoftBank, I think of the one and only Wild Tiger and absolute Dilf Katetsu Tikabaragi.
Oh god, it's just, I've never seen the world's global elite immolate themselves quite like they are using AI. Like, this kind of economic destruction, that the fallout of an AI bubble collapse is going to absolutely devastate the world. It's crazy. And really the only thing we got going for it is that we got to organize. We got to join our local Dems. We got to join our local DSA, because, folks, these businessmen that control billions, tens of billions, hundreds of billions, trillions of dollars, they are absolutely, like, off the deep end. They're gone.
I found Goose.
You found Goose? What a beautiful goose. I love it. God. But yeah, other financial industries or other financial analysts are saying, this seems really bad, guys. You've invested almost $100 billion into an industry that hasn't turned a profit. Seems like a bad idea. But, that's where we're at. We are literally at Mad Men chasing after fairy tale golden gooses. That's unironically the state of the biggest and most influential investors on the planet. All the people playing with Mima's retirement fund, all those people trading left and right in the stock market day after day, they're all burning obscene amounts of money.
I hope the bubble bursts before Australia ends up in the data center wars the US is currently in.
Well, and good news on that front, at the very least, to Spectral Wolves, which is that, you know, more and more places are following Monterey Park's example here, right? Like, more places are putting moratoriums on data centers or banning them outright. Monterey Park permanently banned them. Like, there's not going to be like another round of fighting on this. It's just, nah, you can never build that here. And like, more and more places are doing that. And the places that have built AI data centers, the people who live there hate them. They hate them with the kind of passion that is typically reserved for like a reenactment of the mob scene from Hunting Down Frankenstein, you know? Like it's like that. People are getting fucking angry about these things. They'll just put them in Texas. I mean, folks have been trying to do that, right? These AI companies have been trying to put it in places where like the little people won't organize against these, but people hate them so much and they use up so many resources that like, you know, I don't really care if I don't really care if we say right now, oh, the people in Texas just won't give a shit. Because once these AI data centers start siphoning up all the water, start taking all the electricity from a failing power grid, like people are going to literally revolt against these things. They find them in a very specific sense revolting. So like I just when I see articles where like the guy who made this using AI prompts is talking about how AI is the future and how AI, you know, you're stupid to even talk about an AI bubble. And you put that together with the fact that the people who are on the ground in places that host these AI data centers are like, I don't know, like one bad week away from like arming up and going
It's
after
only
him, you
tangentially
know?
related, but Elon's space IPO'd at 150, shot up to 200 and has since crashed to 126 and continues falling. These fucks will be their own downfall.
Yep. 100%. 100%. It's all a shell game. One of the major downsides of the financialization of our markets right now is that effectively you just have a shell game being played with money. And with the SpaceX IPO, that's a perfect example where everyone in the know around the SpaceX IPO understood that when it launched, it was basically going to operate like a meme stock. And it did. And all of the people who had invested in it, all the people who had shares in it, a lot of them sold when it immediately spiked because they knew it was going to fucking crash. All these folks, he's just trying to steal from retirement accounts. I mean, that's basically what that was, right? And AI is on an even larger scale than that. Everything is Bitcoin and meme stocks now. Literally everything is Bitcoin and meme stocks now because we now have the ability to just bet on random everyday events. You've got people like betting their entire life savings on whether or not someone will say potato on the news and then trying to rig up a story that will make that happen so that they can game the system. That everything right now we've turned into a fucking scam. Like we've moved from the gig economy to the fucking scam economy. And a lot of people have been too slow to realize it. Like the Trump era is putting us in this rickety ass economic situation that is going to collapse at the slightest gust of wind. It's all GameStop all the way down. Yeah, unironically. Anyway, folks, the only way to deal with this is to join your local Dems, join your local DSA, get organized today. Okay, kick those AI data centers out, kick those corporate Democrats out, kick those folks who are taking big lobbyist money, all right? And get folks in who are actually going to support working class people in this country. And if you need help doing that, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems, and we can help you get started and get more involved and become more effective at organizing. We want to help you be as effective as possible, okay? And folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about what Goose equals. And also, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out. We just got a big restock in all the sizes. I believe we added 2 new sizes as well. And we have a new color. So go check that out at ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down below. And let's keep on going.
Here in Tay, UK, we're voting in a space alien with a bin on head.
You know what, though? It's better than voting in the other space alien that's running. Goose equals at least 3 eggs. God. All right, folks, we did it. We've been going for about an hour now. If you guys have been enjoying the show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because you guys make this show possible. Could not do it without you fine folks. And I'm armed with water and caffeine today. We got a long show ahead of us, so don't you be going anywhere. But remember, click the goddamn button. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the Kenshin Man. Click. Thank you for the membership. Click. Click the button. 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 I could have sworn I had like a little lip balm down here. I might have brought it. Aha! Found it.
What do you offer to the people of Clacton? I'm not Nigel Farage.
I mean, it's a good point. All right, folks. With Ken, that brings us to 240. Wait a minute. That actually brings us to 241 because of Anime Sidekick Gal. Look at us go. Honestly, very honest response from Count Binface. I do like someone who's not Nigel Farage. Excellent value for the voters. Count Binface. Also, this isn't a segment. I just thought it was nice. I saw it floating around. Gary K. Wolfe is the creator of Jessica Rabbit. and he runs like he just really likes Jessica Rabbit. Like he created her and kind of realized that maybe he would never peak that hard again, and has just been like a stan for the character his entire life. He's like in his 80s now.
I am not Nigel Farage. Uproarious applause. Also voting for me saves you $380,000. Even more applause.
That was awesome. That was awesome. Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. I've had to unfriend a few fans lately, all for the same reason. They made ridiculing, unkind, and in some cases outright cruel comments about pictures I posted of young women cosplaying Jessica. More than a person, Jessica is a state of mind. To play Jessica, you need self-confidence, a sense of humor, and a Jessican attitude. There is a more like a Jessica can-do attitude. There is no such thing as a Jessica cosplayer being too short, too flat-chested, too heavy, too thin, too unattractive, too black, too Asian, or even too male. All Jessica, any Jessica, every Jessica is good Jessica. I'm not giving any warnings or second chances. A single disparaging comment on a Jessica cosplayer, and I'm throwing you out of the rainbow-colored tuned-down tent. Like, what a blissfully, like, wonderful attitude to have. You know? Like, it really does show that, like, it's a choice to be a bigot. It's a choice at the age of, like, 85 to be a bigot. Like, some people are just like, oh, well, maybe it was just, he grew up that way. No, like, it's a choice. You had the choice to, you chose to be this way. You know? A lot of folks who like turn to bigotry feel like it was inevitable. Like, of course I became a bigot. I had to be one. It's just the right thing to do. They cast themselves as the good guys. You see, like a lot of bigots imagine themselves. You have to understand, as the good guys, as the heroes of their story. You know, and this has been true for a long, long time.
It's really easy to not hate and be a creep.
It's true. He sounds like Alpharad simping for Peach in a OMG so cool, not Smash kind of way. Yeah, I mean that is essentially his attitude towards the character, you know? And Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. But like, what I find interesting, right, is that the folks who post in my comments and in my chat and like who try and be hateful towards me, like, they all think they're the good guys too. Like, they're out there being like, ah, yes, I am telling this gay F slur to go die because I'm the good guy in this situation. Like, that's literally how twisted they've become, you know? They think it is a good thing to do to be hateful. They're wrong, of course, but like, do they? I don't think so. No, they do. They do. They hate themselves. That also is true. But they do think that what they're doing is, to an extent, righteous. And they're doing it to look righteous in front of their fellow, abusers. And, like, I don't know. It's just refreshing sometimes to be reminded that, like, being a bigot isn't inevitable. It's a goddamn choice. Hating yourself, like even if it is bred out of, like, self-hatred on some level, hating yourself is a choice too. You don't gotta do it. Also, this is just general advice now. Stop making self-deprecating jokes. They're not funny. They're just kind of sad.
I've heard it described as being gay for women, but we need to normalize just complimenting and being really excited about women in non-sexual manners.
True! Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. Ashley, get good sleep. Thank you for being here. I need to really start streaming earlier, but it's difficult to do. Thank you. Self-deprecation isn't funny. It's not really funny, and like what it is doing though is reinforcing your negative perception of yourself, and that's not good either. You know? Don't do that. Don't beclown yourself when like our world is a target-rich environment for people to justly beclown upon. Easier to hate others when you don't love yourself. True. True. There are clans everywhere for those with the eyes to see them. Oh, God. All right. You guys ready to jump into our next segment? Well, if you have to change the gender you were born into, then you obviously hate yourself too. So, actually, no. I love myself way more. And also, I would put this forward. I love myself in a radical way beyond what a lot of cisgender people do for themselves. I would advocate I love myself, Pat OD, more than you love yourself. You see, you got on the internet and sought out a stream that would make you upset to say something mean to somebody. And that doesn't seem like
As a
something
former
somebody who loves himself
self-deprecator,
would
it's
do.
a good way for comedians to empathize on stage because everyone has something we don't like about ourselves, but you should love yourself, and this only makes it harder.
Well, and that's the other thing, right? Like, comedians are doing it because it's a funny bit for other people.
The
But when
world
you're in
is
your
a
friend group,
circus.
that's not what you're
You
doing.
need simply look at the stage.
You know? Yeah, like the decision to transition for most trans people is a fraught one that involves like being pushed to the point of wanting to kill yourself. And you know, I got to that brink and I looked at myself and I decided, you know what? I'm going to love myself instead. And I'm sorry if that makes you mad and uncomfortable, but I'm going to keep on being alive and enjoying life and loving myself for as long as possible. Which is why I drink water.
I love myself, even my past self, because they were strong enough to survive long enough to allow me to bloom.
Hell yeah, Becky Dog. Thank you for the 5 pounds. You will never be a real giraffe. That's great. I never want to be a real giraffe. Does Vert Chat hate itself? I mean, not everybody in Vert Chat. Many lovely people that I know use Vert Chat. Um. All right, let's jump into our next segment here. All right, folks. Here we go. So, folks, there's a guy named Eric Metaxas who has written a lot of conservative books, a lot of Christian nationalist stuff, etc.
As a cis man, I think trans people are really beautiful in a very human way to create and form your own identity and wholly make it your own. I find it quite literally amazing.
It's true! Trans people are great! We're gonna start that over, though. Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. So, folks, there's a guy named Eric Metaxas, and he's a prolific writer. He's written many books, talked about, conservatism, talking about how conservatives need to work to, like, maintain power in the country, etc., etc., etc. He's written a lot of stuff, but he's probably most famous for writing a bunch of VeggieTales scripts, and a few children's books. He's, well, also very much a crank and involved in our current political system. Now, here he is the other day, just, having a normal one. Let's take a listen.
Air quality alert. So you're like, okay, whatever that means. It's, it's going to be hot and humid. Okay, air quality alert. Then it tells you, limit outdoor activity. And I thought, who's telling me how to live my life? I'm an adult man in a free country. You're telling me limit outdoor activity. So this is Big Brother with your tax dollars telling you how to live. How dare they say that? Who are they?
Yeah, so Eric, my man, how dare they fight the power? Go out there and breathe those, microparticles, those particulates. How dare the government, big government, tell you can't go outside? Ooh, you can't. Next, they're gonna be locking people up in their homes. Then they're gonna be bricking them in. How dare they, Big Brother?
Who has the right to tell me or you or anyone anything? It's a free country. I can do whatever I want.
That's right. That's why I have 5 people chained up in my basement. That's why I, Eric Metaxas, have 5 people chained up in my basement.
Natural selection at its finest, I guess.
It's... Guys, it's a free country. I can abduct people off the street and keep them in my basement if I want. It's my right as an American. God damn it. Finn Rainbow, thank you for the $5 super chat.
But somebody has the temerity, somebody in the government, to say limit outdoor activity. Like, look, I don't live in Canada where, where the government does that kind of stuff. I live in the United States of America, and I have to say, I'm offended by that. I mean, this gets to the whole story of my book, Revolution. Like, we're free men. We're free. You don't tell me anything. You're not my keeper. Who are you? It's the big state.
Oh shit, guys! It's the deep state. Guys, it's the fucking deep state. They were onto us.
I have the right to shit myself right now. Don't you dare tell me not to, you commie bastard.
Exactly. What are you trying to take away my right to shit myself now? To poop in my doo-doo drawers? Huh? Why do I even wear underwear then? Huh? Big underwear and big government come together to tell me I have to wear underwear now? Huh. Disgusting. Disgusting. Anyway, I live in Minnesota, and well, actually, you know what? We'll start with this. I live nowhere near the Canadian fires. Wildfires like hundreds, if not thousands of miles away. How could that possibly affect me, Eric Metaxas? Let's take a couple photos here. This is a photo courtesy of Wayne Wastaken of Collins, Ontario, where a bunch of First Nation members had to be evacuated due to the wildfires. This is a picture from the evacuation boat, because they had to be evacuated in boats. It's just a gigantic wall of fire and ash going up into the sky. Just a whole column of burning carbon particulates and God knows what else. Oh fuck, that's apocalyptic. Yeah. They also got footage from these boats. Here is a couple seconds of it. This one's from Lyndon Tyler on Facebook. So, if you're wondering, hey, why is the air quality so bad? What is an air quality alert? Well, an air quality alert is when a bunch of, particulates, gases, etc., come down from the atmosphere and make it difficult and unsafe to be exposed to the outdoor air for a prolonged period of time. That's what that means, right? And so when Eric Metaxas gets on to social media and posts something like that and says, "Well, they're trying to stop me from doing my God-given right to shit myself," it's worth noting, hey, what is an air quality alert? What effect does that have? And I live in Minneapolis, and just as an FYI, this was a news story today. Minneapolis air quality was world's worst Thursday in as northern wildfires rage. So for some time on Thursday, Minneapolis had the worst oxygen anywhere on the planet due to the fact that that smoke is blowing right towards us.
Not
Right?
sure about Minnesota, but here in Michigan the air feels vaguely poisonous, smells of burnt rubber, and looks a little hazy. It's real feeling bad.
Yeah, no, the other day, the sky was turning yellow, and it smelled like burning plastic. Like it like that. Though the plastic particulates, the tree matter, the everything is going up in smoke, and then it blows down here, right? This is climate change. Climate change is occurring right before our eyes, and folks like Eric Metaxas want to deny that it's even happening. Now, why is this a big deal? Why is it a big deal for there to be all these particulates? After all, like what's the worst that could happen? Like, oh, it's harder to breathe? Huh? It's harder to breathe? Well, yeah. That is in fact exactly
This is what
what it
McTaxas
means.
thinks is happening. Just watch the first few seconds.
I will do that.
Okay, now I'm mad.
Indeed. That is exactly what's going on. God, I wanted to talk about this. So, folks, when there's a big amount of particulates in the air, when it suddenly gets to the worst possible register on the air quality index, what that means is functionally, for healthy grown adults, not that much if it's a short-term exposure, but for the children and elderly, it means children can have trouble breathing, they can develop asthma, the elderly can suffer more strain on basically all their internal organs, your heart, lungs, liver, etc. Like it leads to a huge uptick in hospitalizations. It leads to development of long-term disorders, and also like it absolutely devastates your ability to function. And what I mean by that is when there's a lot of particulates in the air, it's a lot harder to actually do the work of getting air into your lungs because there's functionally less air in the volume of space that you're breathing into your lungs. And that makes it then difficult to breathe if you're doing any kind of heavy labor, any kind of exercise. It basically is, it can be deadly. It makes incidents of like heat stroke more prevalent, especially if you're in a hotter climate. All of this is downstream of that air quality being terrible, right? And it's, I don't know, just kind of seems like folks should maybe be aware of that. Because, like, a lot of people are just like, oh, the air quality's bad, whatever, I'll just do whatever. Just gonna read this up of CBS News. People at greatest risk are those who already have heart and lung problems, pregnant people, along with children and older adults. And this is why there's an air quality alert. It doesn't mean, oh, you can't go outside. The government says you can't go outside. What it does mean is, hey, everybody, there is a dangerous amount of particles in the air where if you go outside and act like normal, you could induce like a medical emergency in yourself or your loved ones. So maybe take precautions, like for example, wearing like one of those K95 masks that a lot of people got during COVID. That actually does help you to filter out the air particulates and make it safer to breathe. That's actually an excellent thing to do if you are worried about the particulates. Or to just stay inside. Get some air filters. Do that stuff. So, like, it's not it's not the end of the world. It's just an alert that makes you aware of a problem so you can take the proper precautions to keep yourself and your loved ones safe. And this guy is just railing about how it's a fucking deep state op. This is like railing about how hurricanes are deep state ops, or how tornadoes are deep state operations, or like when you stubbed your toe last week, it was a deep state operation. It's just absolutely bogus nonsense. But it's become absolutely commonplace within the Republican Party, within even these, think tanks, or within these writers that pride themselves as the intelligentsia of the far right. And it's just like it's sad on a human level. It's sad to see a human being's reason and rationality reduced to such levels. Makes me tired, folks. Makes me tired. Anyway, folks, all that being said, if you want people in power and people in charge of various public safety mechanisms in your area who aren't batshit insane, join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. Join up. We can help you get started on your first meeting. We can help you navigate more effectively.
As a final bit, I invite those who don't believe in climate change or those who don't care about other countries, I invite you to look into the phrase, "No man is an island. We are all connected."
I mean, it's true. Men just can't suddenly one day decide to identify as islands. Have we learned nothing? Anyway, all of that being said, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button, do the things, and do consider dropping those subs and donos. And folks, what about women though? Can women be islands? Yes. Sometimes certain women who are very endowed could become two islands, or even, and this is almost unheard of, but it is possible, 4 islands. But all that being said, that was one of the stupidest jokes ever. All that being said, folks, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested by cis men, cis women, non-binary folks as well. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. And we just got fully restocked. There's a new color in stock as well, so go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. God. What do you know about women? Nothing. I know a lot about women, actually. I also know where the clitoris is, which instantly means I know more about women than 95% of conservatives. God. All right. Hey! I know your tits look amazing. That's true. They do look amazing. Thank you. Jared, are you being anti-Semitic in my chat? Don't you be doing that.
Jack contains forbidden knowledge of the unholy asterisk.
He's being an overall asshole. I mean, folks can be assholes sometimes, but like usually their assholery needs to be dedicated towards me. Don't gotta worry about trying to find yours. Yeah, my clit's huge. The joke that I make, the joke that I make about trans women is there's literally no excuse for like the men who hook up with us to not be able to find the clit. Like guys, you playing on easy mode. I just like what. Why? Because that one entertains me somewhat at the moment. I don't know, my T-girl clit is pretty small. I mean, comparatively. Some would call it story mode. Oh, God. Fuck. That's funny.
Have you ever seen Interspecies Reviewers? I think you would vibe with its humor, especially the hyena girl.
I have no idea what that is, and I'm not going to look that up. But thank you for the $5 dono. Fuck, that was funny. All right. Y'all ready to jump into our next segment? I forgot to hit the button. Damn it. That's on me. I forgot to do it. Sorry, editor. Fuck. We have so many funny stories today. All right. Before we move on, remember, folks, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, drop those subs, donos, membership, super chats, because you guys make this show possible. Couldn't do it without you fine folks. We are currently at 248. We are 2 subs away from hitting the halfway mark. So click the goddamn button. Are we ever going to get to the Rudyard factory? We're going to do our best, but I missed stream yesterday. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn. Mr. Anderson, hello. Click the button. Nightlight Plushy Jesus, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Hell yeah, folks, let's go. You did hit the halfway mark, so it's time to boogie on down. So I think I feel a chill running up my spine. I think it might be the Dono Ghost.
Okay, so Interspecies Reviewers is 12 episodes of basically asterisk.
Well, I don't want to.
Asterisk.
I don't want to watch
also
that.
A comedy in the gender swap episode. The Angel Boy chooses a hyena girl with S asterisk. So big it functions as an asterisk.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so I'm completely 100% valid for not looking that up. I have made the right choice. I didn't choose poorly. I chose well. Thank you for the $5 dono.
I hereby cast a spell of warning to protect the chat. And the second spell check on the dono ghost.
Who's cooler, horizontal or vertical chatters? Or vehicle chatters? Definitely not vehicle chatters. God, the bass line in this goes hard. Hell yeah. God. There we go, folks. Thank you to those of you who have dropped subs and donos to protect my bones from the dono ghost that lives in my walls. All right. Are you all ready? Should have started a Soul Train line. People all over the world, join hands for my love train. Love train. People of every nation need to stop the dono ghost before it takes all of our desperately needed bones. So join a hand today to stop this ghost and keep it at bay.
Funimation dubbed 2 episodes before realizing what it was and dropping it, which they then used in marketing the anime to spicy to dub.
People all over the world, join hands, and we can suplex that damn train and get all of our loved ones' bones back. There we go. That's too many? Maybe. Alright. I'm done. I'm done. Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. God. Why the fuck you singing? 'Cause I can. Train suplex? Alright. Fuck. Alright. You should play Final Fantasy VI. That's true. You should do that. The new Ghost in the Shell anime is awesome. The new fan art from the new Ghost in the Shell is awesome as well. Seeing all the lesbian artists be really thirsty always brings delight to my soul.
Damn conservatives raining on my freedom to sing like them footloose bastards.
Indeed, Nathan, indeed. Thank you for the $5 dono. Alright. Wait, new Ghost in the Shell? Yeah, new Ghost in the Shell. As good as the ScarJo movie? I mean... Do bits protect you from the Dono Ghost? Yes, but it has to be 500 bits or more. Let's see. Was it this one? I think it was this one.
「では教えよ。こいつは電脳犯罪史上最もユニークと評されたハッカー。人形使いだ。」
公安休暇首相直属で圧力の効かない組織です。
公安休暇の広角機動隊とか名乗ってて。
It looks so good.
心理学者に言わせれば情報過密時代における心の空洞化だとか。
女性の名前は草薙素子。公安休暇の対テロ要員との情報が入っています。
God, can I just tell you guys the amount of fan art I've seen from this fucking screenshot alone is ridiculous. Dude, this has lesbians on the internet going fucking feral. You don't understand. You have no idea. All right? The lesbians and the bis, they're looking and they're like, "Oh damn, she got riz like Spike Spiegel, but she a lady." Like god damn. Oh no. Oh no. Like, one would think it would be the butt shot, right? But no. No, you'd be wrong. Anyway, I thought that was fun. That is straight up lesbian crack. You understand. You understand. Also, like, incredible, like, reimagining of what a Ghost in the Shell anime can look like. It... Oh no, the bra fell off. But that was designed in a lab at Subaru. Excellent.
Finally getting to a point where not all anime use the same face template. I miss 80s and 90s animation.
Well, and that's the thing, right? Like this animation style is very fluid and newish. Like it's more, I think, a little bit more simplistic, but like that allows for more expressiveness. It's really nice. Jack, I have Blue Sky, I understand. That's right. All the feral lesbians should come to Blue Sky.
Science Saru, the studio that did the Geese, has another series called Jadugar, which is life in Mongol that is airing this season.
Oh, I've
and
seen
I would
that.
highly recommend it to everyone.
I saw the trailer for it. It looked really fucking cool. I thought all the feral lesbians were on Blue Sky already. I mean, most of them are. Also, folks, you gotta get off fucking Twitter. Twitter sucks. It's like one of the worst places to exist on the internet. All right, let's jump into our next segment, shall we? So, folks, we have to talk about the fact that Pete Hegseth, apropos of nothing yesterday, announced mandatory gender-affirming care for the troops, with a massive asterisk after that, being that it's actually like it's not gender-affirming care necessarily. It's actually imposed an imposition, I guess?
Yay, but I mean even stuff like My Hero or Fire Force, which have great animation and their own art style, everything looked like sword art for a while, and we're only starting to come out of that.
Well, yeah, but that's because Sword Art Online was like a fucking phenomenon. But also, like, man, Sword Art Online could have been so much better than it is. It makes me so sad sometimes. I don't watch anime, and even I've seen SAO. Yeah. All right. Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. We're gonna try that again, real quick. There we go. So, folks, Pete Hegseth announced mandatory gender-affirming care for the military the other day, and it's deeply weird. As a trans person, I talk about gender-affirming care on the regular over on the Transatlantic Call-In show. Go check that out over on the line. That's what we call in the biz a plug. But Pete Hegseth is imposing this seemingly out of the blue to masculinize our modern day fighting force. And I guess it's just really weird that we've come from a position of Biden is going to do forced feminization camps to Donald Trump is doing forced masculinization within our military, and it's really weird. It's deeply weird, guys. Like, check this out.
At the Department of War, we have the most elite warriors on the face of the earth. Every single day, you are pushed to your absolute physical and mental limits to master the profession of arms. We demand your all, and you give it. But while we invest heavily in our weapon systems, platforms, and gear, our most decisive tactical advantage will always be the individual warfighter. We have a sacred duty to maintain that advantage, which is why we must constantly look for new ways to optimize your performance, your resilience, and your long-term health.
I'm seeing people say it's lit so bad. I disagree. It's lit like everything needs to be piss-colored to make it look more gold. I guarantee you at some point Donald Trump told his entire communications team that they need to make their videos more golden to make it look fancier.
And to meet that commitment today, I'm authorizing a new screening program for testosterone deficiency for our service members, ensuring you have the right testosterone levels to operate at your absolute best. Because it's well-established science that as we age, testosterone levels often naturally drop. under the supervision of our world-class medical professionals. The Department of War.
I'm sorry. So, just to be very clear here, they kicked trans people out of the military, or tried to, with the argument that the military was simply spending too much money on gender-affirming care, and now they're imposing a mandatory gender-affirming care for the military.
It's the asterisk, 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 asterisk house.
It's the piss house. It's true. It's true. But, like, that's where we're at. No, it's too expensive to actually give transgender troops, people who've signed up and for years served this country, and in some cases given their lives for this country. No. It's too much money to give them the medical care that they need. No. We're going to institute mandatory gender-affirming care for only the men in the military. And if you are an older man in the military and your hormone levels have naturally come down, we're going to unnaturally amp them up. And if you start thinking to yourself, wait a minute, does that mean we're gonna basically have roided up military? The answer to that is yes. We're basically seeing the head of the military in the United States here talk about how we're gonna force masculinize the military.
Force mask kink?
Yeah, no, unironically, Electra, unironically. They're just like, what if if we inject testosterone into enough of these guys, we'll get super soldiers someday. That's literally what they're doing. It's crazy.
This dude is just projecting his insecure masculinity.
This dude, Pete Hegseth, is so insecure about his masculinity that he needs to inject testosterone into other men. That's crazy. That's crazy. They're just gonna start fucking and fighting each other. I mean, that's kind of what a lot of folks in the military already do.
Wonder how this applies to trans men also fucking with hormones. This is a bad idea.
I mean, if anything, to me, it's just if you're going to impose this program, then there should be really nothing preventing trans men from serving whatsoever, even under your own twisted logic, you know? But yet, here we are. Women are awesome snipers. Women are awesome at a lot of different things in the military. One could say all of the things in the military, because women are just as capable as men. Also, especially in 2026, when we have one of the most advanced militaries on the planet, you being able to lift a little bit more on your shoulders doesn't really mean that much when you have a fucking bazooka.
Once again, the dreams of the Cold War find a way again. The spirit of the super soldier lives in the fascists of today.
Don't say that. They like that shit. You don't understand. They eat that shit up. And the reality is, this is terrible. This is terrible. This is mandatory screening. This is, let's invade every member of the military's privacy and inject them with steroids. Is the meth coming next? That is something that I've also seen a lot of people talking about today in the wake of this announcement, which is that this does really come across like Hitler forcing, the Nazis to do meth.
Used to work at a military hospital lab, and they were already doing a lot of testosterone testing. Also, sometimes overuse of testosterone leads to psychosis, so that's cool.
Yeah, and I've talked with folks, and they
You would think a gun would be equally capable of killing somebody in the hands of a man or woman, but according to these squalid fucks, only men can be military.
True. Didn't you guys know, you fools, you rubes, guns have gender? Having a bazooka does not make up for a lack of physical ability. It absolutely does. No human being has the capacity to jump on a tank and rip it apart with their bare fucking hands. Tools are what make us powerful.
Are they trying to make Nazi super soldiers again?
God, are they trying to make Nazi super soldiers again? I mean, kinda, yeah. No, it absolutely does. Try going fisticuffs with a fucking tank. Try punching down an F-18. Like when you start talking about like, well, women just can't do it. Like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You don't know. I know that there are women that are stronger than men. That exists. Some women are stronger than some men. Some men are stronger than some women. Making the argument that like being able to carry a bazooka is absolutely relevant in the context of military engagement where you're not asking people to be able to punch a tank into oblivion. You're asking them to carry a goddamn bazooka and blow it up. That's what you're asking. You are asking for the capacity to aim. You're asking for certain basic abilities in order to be field ready. But like ultimately, when we're oh my god, do we have like somebody who's quibbling about the terminology? Are we bazookas aren't anti-tank weapons? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You understand what I mean. Don't be willfully obtuse. Like, don't like actually be obtuse. This is a decision you're making to willfully misunderstand the point I'm making. Like, goddamn, I hate it. I hate it when you guys be like this. It's awful. The point I'm making is that in an era of tools, what matters is who can use the tool to do the job.
As long as we have S standard of intelligence and fitness regardless of gender, it shouldn't matter if some women make it into the army or whatever.
Women are good at a lot of things. Combat is not one of them. You shut the fuck up. I guarantee you there are women who can beat your ass. Well, combat isn't one of them. Shut the fuck up. Oh, women just aren't good at combat. Give them a gun, and they'll be good at combat. I never said that. I'm going to quote you right here. You don't know. Women are good at a lot of things, but combat is not one of them. You literally said that. Like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Women just aren't good at that shit.
Catracel White?
I'm sorry, but the idea that like men have this monopoly on use of force. Men are the only people who can kill anybody. Men are the only people who are good at combat. I never said that they can't fight or that they can't be in the military. No, what you said is that they're not good at combat, which just isn't fucking true. That's a bullshit statement. That's bullshit. You know it's bullshit. You're willfully misunderstanding.
This bigot needs to look up Lyudmila Pavlichenko. She was a badass Soviet sniper lady.
God. Like, I don't know. I don't know. You don't know. I don't know what. I know that women can carry guns. I know that women can carry rifles. I know that women have done those things, and I know that women have excelled at doing so. The idea here that women, on the whole, are worse at combat than men is bullshit. There's nothing backing that up whatsoever. You don't know anything about combat. I know a fair amount about combat, actually.
Friendly reminder: the reason the Olympics began separating shooting based on gender is because women consistently outperformed men and felt emasculated, so should...
I'm sorry. Ninja Not, I literally have a degree in medieval military conflict. You don't know anything about combat. Shut the fuck up. Only women. Oh, sorry, only men have ever been fielded in battle. They're the only ones who are effective. That's ahistorical, it's sexist, and it's not true. Like, you said men are better at combat than women. That's just not true. And as we've invented deadlier tools, it's gotten more untrue. Like, damn. Don't you be coming after me when you're not capable of understanding my fucking points? God damn. Wait, Jack has a degree in medieval warfare. I have a degree. I minored in medieval military history. Yes. Children, Ninja Knot, you've been in chat for a while now, so I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt that this is like a mental break that you're having, which I want you to understand is an incredibly generous act from my present level of rage. So I'm going to put you in a timeout for 24 hours. If you come back like this again, like you're toast. Like what you're spouting right now is fucking nonsense. Like, I'm sorry. In an age when you have people like wielding guns and machinery to do the predominant heavy lifting in warfare, the idea that like, oh, women just are like are bad in the military, or like men are superior in combat. Like, no. Especially when you're talking about people who are trained to fucking do this shit. And this isn't me to engage in like a we need more female drone pilots or anything like that. Like, I don't give a shit about this. But that kind of mindset is what leads to systemic discrimination. It is what leads to people saying women shouldn't be allowed in the military. It is what leads to people saying women should stay in the home. And if you think in your head you've carved out like this situation where, oh, actually, no, I'm not saying that women aren't as good as men. I'm just saying that they're not suited for combat. Like, you've already given into the argument. You've already given into the first step of this argument that conservatives lead with. Men are better at combat. It's why wives need to stay at home where they belong. I guess that's fair. I just add the caveat that it's evil and probably shouldn't exist regardless of who's in it in its current form. While discussing it, I guess. I don't know. Well, I mean, that's fair. But this is the thing, right? I'm talking about the world as it is right now. And as it is right now, we have massive militaries across the planet. And the United States has one of the biggest. And when we talk about the policies that affect the United States military, a lot of civil rights trickle down from what happens within the US military. So I do understand that the American imperial system that is propped up by our military is evil and bad and exploitative. But when we're talking about how, like, what kind of rights are enshrined in our military, what kind of priorities we have in our military, how we view members of our military, how we treat the capabilities of people in our military, all of that trickles down into American society. And when you have a situation where somebody is going, well, women just aren't as good at combat, that is opening up the door to this idea that, like, women shouldn't be in the military at all, and that women shouldn't really be in the workforce at all, and that, you know, women should really be in the home. That's the line of logic that conservatives use. They use this idea that women are just incapable in combat, or less capable in combat, to say all those downstream points. And I think that those are things we need to head off snip right at the butt, you know? But like I do think it's worth noting, of course, yes, we should all seek to not be tools of US imperialism. But like, damn, I fucking hate it when I see people making this argument. Like, I just, if a Glock is pointed at you by a man or a woman, it doesn't matter. It's just as deadly. Fuck. Anyway, Pete Hegseth is a silly little Billy, and this forced masculinization has not gone unnoticed by the trans community. And frankly, I find it very funny in a sad kind of way because, you know, we're living in a world where, you know, the forced feminization camps under Biden never happened, but the forced masculinization camps actually are happening right now. God. Anyway. Fuck. I'm sure the Dems won't utilize this at all. Oh no, Democrats will avoid this at all costs because to them it's scary and like maybe, you know, maybe something will be maybe something will maybe they'll say something wrong. Maybe people will get angry at them. I don't know. But it's gross. You know, it's gross. And you know, we don't have to cave into gross ways of thinking. All that being said, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. because you guys make this show possible. Couldn't do it without you fine folks. And also, join your local Dems, join your local DSA, get involved today, and, you know, kick those corporate Dems out and get working class people together, build that solidarity, do the shit. And if you need help going to your first meeting, join your local and join your local DSA or local Dems. We can help you do that.
BTW, did you see that supposedly in the documents the White House released, that the evidence they gave for the hackability of poll books was someone installing Doom on one of the machines?
No, but that is very funny.
Without women ensuring effective logistics, ensuring that supply lines kept going, and testing new equipment like airplanes in WW2, things would have been different.
It's true. Also, women fought in World War II. Like, women were engaged in combat during World War II. Like, this is something that always makes me so fucking mad. But the idea that, like, men are better at combat than women comes from sexist ideas rooted in patriarchy. The idea that, like, you know, men are supposed to go and die to protect the women and the children, as if women and children don't also pay prices in war. You know, women engage in combat. Women have been engaged in combat the whole fucking damn time. My great grandma served in the Soviet military. Hell yeah. Anyway, if you need help getting involved, join our Discord, reach out to Gamergy for help with your local DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems, and folks, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, etc. It's comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Just got restocked. There's a new color too. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. There we go. Also, Kalamu, thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate it. Let's go!
Joan of Arc, one of history's most well-known military commanders, was fun fact woman.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily call Joan of Arc. Joan of Arc had her problems. Joan of Arc had her problems. She was not well. You know? Yeah. But you do have great women leaders in combat and warfare throughout the ages, do I'm here for the cigars and the boobies. Hell yeah. I'm just debating the biologically male fact. I would encourage folks who are interested in debating trans topics. There's an entire show that I do every other Thursday called the Transatlantic Call-In Show over on the channel called The Line. I did one today where you guys can, if you're interested in debate, you guys can call in and debate me over there. And yet every single time I bring this up, y'all fucking flake out. You guys say you'll show up, you never do. You guys think your ideas are so good that you're willing to come into this chat to debate them, and yet, here we are. And not one of you motherfuckers has taken me up on that offer. I sit there with a co-host, waiting for you fuckers to call in. And none of you from this chat have ever called into that show. God damn. Wait, is this chat being watched on a buffer? Nah, I'm watching all the chats. Yeah, Papa Xiao, you might have struck out on that alt girl. So, but that's okay. There are literally billions of other people on the planet. Kenshin, man, thank you for the $2 super chat. I'm not joining a paid live. You're not being asked to. Low T MAGA, indeed.
Thomas not beating the transgender debate allegations.
I didn't even have a reason to bring up Thomas the Tank Engine today. I should have brought it up with Jimmy. He probably would have vibed with the Thomas the Tank Engine example. He was prime age for it. What topic are we on now? We just finished Pete Hegseth in the military. We're going on to another shorter segment. You were so close to saying it to Jimmy. I was so close. 60 plus, you're sure? Yeah, Thomas the Tank Engine was like, he'd be aware of it. You really tanked the show this time, not bringing up Tom? True, I did. I'm sorry. We're still owed a Thomas the Tank Engine fanfic. Well, we're waiting on we're still waiting on it to be written. And honestly, as the months go by, I'm becoming more and more nervous to know what exactly I signed up for as we wait for Paladin Lost to finish the fanfic. I don't know if I should trust this stream. I mean, that's up to you. Caller Jimmy, not Jimmy Snow. Yeah. All right. Y'all ready to jump into our next piece of content?
I still have to make my Stalin face Thomas the Tanky Engine Photoshop.
Hell yeah. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Honestly, that sounds cursed as fuck, though.
The great thing about missing a bunch of Jack streams is I can donate even harder when I catch one. Side note, I
Hell
am
yeah.
so glad my bank no longer locks my card when I donate a bunch.
Hell yeah. Question, anyone think young Stalin was hot? Okay, look. A lot of folks will say yes. But counter arguments. Number 1, he's got the crazy eyes. Okay? That's number 1. And number 2, let me just bring this up here.
Azan?
Let me just take a look here. Go. Where was it? Yeah. So Stalin also at the age of 35 in 1914 had a relationship with a 14-year-old child. So and impregnated her. So that I wanted to remember this one. Those two facts really, to me, kind of are like, oh yeah, maybe I don't think so. Nah. Crazy eyes, child molester, anti-Semite, mass murderer. I think that's pretty bad. I think that's all pretty bad. Saki Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
Listening to Yo stream while playing on Movie R lol.
Hope you're having a good time on VR. The Random Druid, thank you very much for the $5 dono. Let's see here. All right. You know, we're gonna move this to next time. All right, let's do. We're gonna talk about ice. You guys ready? Trans people need to shut the fuck up and just go with people who obviously know more. I mean, I'll go with people who know more, which is the overwhelming body of the world's medical sciences. Kind of sounds like maybe you should shut the fuck up and go with people who know more. Like, this is the thing that's so frustrating. The fuck does that even mean? It means shut up and listen to me because I know what's good for you. And it's just... They don't know more than me? That's kind of the problem, you know? I get really uncomfortable when other queer people praise Stalin and get mad when I say I don't like him and they call me a brainwashed, brainwashed, even though I'm an anarcho-socialist. Yeah, it's frustrating. Like, I'm vehemently anti-authoritarian, and I do not like the tendency of folks on the far left to, you know, stand for authoritarians, whether it's Mao or Stalin. Like, I fucking hate that shit. Great, another fat woman complaining about ice. I'm not fat, though. What are you talking about? Anyway. That's about enough of that. Here we go. You will wear my burqa. What? Why? Like, why? What? Like, Chad is wilding today. It must be the fucking wildfire particulates. I'm assuming the people who are just saying weird bullshit have just been outside for too long and in like breathing in the wildfire fumes. You know? Is Vert Chat going nuts? It's like all the chats. Except for Riverboat Chat. You guys are good. You guys are perfect, baby. Don't change a thing. Alright. Here we go. So, folks, we gotta talk about ice, because ice... Like, every time you think we've hit the bottom of the barrel with ice, we keep going lower. Like, these fascist brown shirt thugs have been spread through our society, and the only solution to dealing with them is to abolish the entirety of the agency. Like, that's it. There's nothing to salvage here. They're effectively terroristic squads that are roaming around the entire country in masks and terrorizing people. You know, they've killed multiple people over the last week. They killed another person in ICE detention by refusing medically necessary medications over the last few days as well. And we're gonna talk about all this, but like Donald Trump let's back up. In the wake of the recent ICE murders in Maine, there had been a directive coming down from the top for ICE to stop their roadside pullovers because it was endangering the general public. And I guess earlier today, Donald Trump personally stepped in and ordered for those those traffic stops to resume. And here's AOC giving her thoughts on that real quick. Prospective potential 2028 presidential nominee here.
Thank you. Congressman, what are your thoughts about the Trump administration immediately reversing itself on, because yesterday they said they were going to reverse on ICE and vehicle stops. Then President Trump puts out a statement saying they're going to continue. What are your thoughts on that?
This is the guy that said he could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and people would still support him. And now he has an agency shooting people out in the street. And at this point, it's practically a campaign promise from this guy. It's atrocious. Mr.
Mullen said that he was going to try to get the DHS off the front page. Well, now it's on the front page for 2 killings. And, we were talking yesterday about Senator Collins and like how she was able to get Mark Wayne on the phone. What do you make about the fact that ICE is still doing this? Because you said this wasn't going on when there was no money for ICE, no money for...
I think oftentimes when we see an institution, the outcome of that institution, when it's repeated and sustained and reproduced, oftentimes ends up being either overtly or subvertly the purpose of it. And this administration campaigned on cruelty and violence against immigrants, and that's what they're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Like, yeah, 100%. 100%. Like, he campaigned on the idea that he could kill people and get away with it, and that's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. But not only that, I will say, credit where credit is due, the Associated Press is doing some good journalism here, okay? I want to play this for you guys, because it's interesting to say the least.
David back in November brought up that he had accepted a job with ICE. I thought that it was just a delusional thing because I'm used to him talking crazy, so to speak. So I said, yeah, sure you are, buddy. I didn't realize that he was actually working for ICE until yesterday, and I was completely shocked because I'm like, how do you keep getting into these jobs where you're around guns all the time? I asked him what was going on. He told me that I don't need to be answering questions for anybody, that all I needed to know was that it was a justified shooting and that he did do it. And he claimed that this man had tried to run him over. And I said, I don't see that in anything, and I've watched it from all angles. All I seen is how the car was going in circle after the fact. And then he's like, well, I need you to lie about my character because this is what it comes down to is my character. I don't want you talking about any of the abuse in our relationship. Like, this is literally about me, actually. I told him that I was not going to lie for him, that I've waited years to speak my truth. I've been silenced long enough, and now I need to come out with everything because a man lost his life. It was abuse, not only to me, but to our daughter. And even being divorced from him, I've dealt with harassing phone calls, threats of him wanting to kill me. I believe that this man was murdered. I believe that David's mental health played a part in what happened. I think what happened was he was standing there during that operation, had a PTSD moment, and hit fight or flight mode. And unfortunately, a man lost his life due to it.
Yeah, so basically AOC's right. Trump is just hiring deranged killers in order to go around the country killing folks. Like, this guy has a history of abusing his daughter, has a history of abusing his wife, and now has been given a gun and sent into random communities across the country and is now killing people. Shooting folks dead. It's awful. Here's the AP reporting in more depth. David Broilette has a history of terrifying and violent behavior, according to those relatives. They accuse him of attacking women in his life over the years, and one shared a voicemail with the AP from last winter in which he told her he thought someone should slit her throat. Broilette's troubling past further challenges how thoroughly the Department of Homeland Security has vetted recruits, and we'll get to that in a minute, as it went on a hiring spree to help carry out President Trump's immigration crackdown. At least 10 people have died in encounters with immigration agents since Trump launched the crackdown after taking office, including 25-year-old Johann Sebastian Duran Guerrero, a Colombian national who was shot and killed by Broilette on Monday while in his car near his home in coastal Maine city of Biddeford. I do want to mention, I believe that was the incident where he was shot and killed in front of his 3-year-old daughter. Broilette, 37, told his ex-wife Ashley late last year that he had been hired by ICE. She said that because of his long history of psychiatric issues, she thought he was having a mental health episode and she didn't believe him. She didn't realize he'd been telling the truth until last week. Because again, he has a history of having mental breaks from reality. This isn't like, he was just like, no one knew about this. No, this is stuff that should have come up if Homeland Security was actually doing vetting around his background. You know? David and Ashley Broilette were high school sweethearts who got married in 2007. She divorced him in 2009 because he'd become physically violent with her, which began after she got pregnant with their daughter. According to Ashley, he once threw boiling water at her while she was holding their child, an incident her mother, Avis Collins, also recounted. The abuse continued after she left him. Hundreds of family court records obtained from the Augusta District Court Clerk's office detail years of allegations of physical and verbal abuse raised by his second ex-wife on behalf of herself and his daughters. The ex-wife, whom AP is not identifying because she fears retaliation, alleged that he had stalked and harassed her physically and verbally abused his daughter, according to multiple requests for temporary protection orders. Broilette tackled his teenage daughter and smashed spaghetti in her hair, and during another outburst, he dragged his daughter around the house as she cried, she said. They gave this guy a gun and a badge. Winter Sorrow in Twitch chat and YouTube chat says it's like they don't vet at all, or they purposely vet for the worst people. Now, without going into even more of the terrible details of this story, we'll get to that in a minute. But it's worth noting here. Oh wait, actually, we'll get to it now. ICE went on a hiring spree. Sterling credentials were not required, AP investigation finds. This is from just today. Or was updated just today. Right? Their backgrounds stand out, and not in a good way. 2 bankruptcies, 6 law enforcement jobs in 3 years, an allegation of lying in a police report to justify a felony charge against an innocent woman, an incident that led to a $75,000 settlement and criticism of his integrity. A 3rd job candidate once failed to graduate from a police academy, then lasted only 3 weeks in his job as a police officer. Their common bond, all were hired by U.S. immigration and customs enforcement during an unprecedented hiring spree. 12,000 new officers and special agents to double its force after the agency received a $75 billion windfall from Congress. They are not, in fact, vetting these people. They do not give a shit. They're just hiring warm bodies to hold guns and do what they're told. The agency has said the majority of new hires are police and military veterans, but evidence is mounting that applicants with questionable histories were either not fully vetted before they were brought on board or hired in spite of their past, an investigation by the AP found. On Thursday, prosecutors announced felony assault charges against an ICE officer, Gregory Donald Morgan Jr., for allegedly pointing a handgun at the occupants of a car after pulling alongside them on a Minneapolis area highway in February. Court records show Morgan had a history of financial problems, and the police department in Alexandria, Virginia, said he was an entry-level recruit for 6 weeks in 2022, but never completed its police academy. These are guys who couldn't cut it as police officers. Like, it's deeply troubling. The AP focused on more than 40 officers who recently made public their new jobs as ICE officers on LinkedIn pages, using public records to track their backgrounds. All but one were male. While most of them had conventional qualifications as former correctional officers, security guards, and military veterans and police officers, it's unclear how many should have potentially been disqualified because AP did not have access to their full personnel files. But several had histories of unpaid debts that resulted in legal action. 2 had filed for bankruptcy. 3 others had faced lawsuits that alleged misconduct in prior law enforcement jobs. Like, DHS is trying to wipe this all up by saying, their vetting is an ongoing process. Vetting is supposed to happen before you actually hire them. You don't continue to vet someone after you've hired them. You already hired them. Everything is terrible. And if you think it can't get worse, it can. It can. Here is a decision from a Trump judge earlier today. A couple excerpts. All right. The cited case, we'll do this. Okay. More recently, the Sixth Circuit has reiterated, this is a quote from a different filing. The Sixth Circuit has reiterated that for, I gotta be honest, I don't know what this little symbol is. 1226 E-bars challenges that ask the court to reweigh the evidence underlying a bond decision or second guess the immigration judge's discretionary judgment. See Taylor v. Hott. And, we'll skip around here. The cited case, Taylor v. Hott, is not located at the identified page of the federal appendix. Indeed, page 387 is contained within a different opinion, Atkins v. CGI Tax and Souls, Inc., which is about commercial arbitration, not immigration bond determinations. In its research, the court was unable to identify a Sixth Circuit case with the caption Taylor v. Hott, or any federal case containing the quoted language. Thus, it seems this citation was likely produced by generative artificial intelligence, AI. It should be obvious that any attorney who uses AI must scrupulously review its work product to ensure that the cited cases exist and that the citations accurately and fairly represent the underlying case law. The duty of candor towards this tribunal demands no less. Although the court will not presently impose sanctions for this conduct, it goes without saying the government must ensure its future filings with this court do not include non-existent case law. Now, why did I just read you that excerpt from a Trump judge in Michigan? It's specifically because the lawyers representing the government in ICE cases are using AI hallucinations to justify indefinitely detaining these people. They are using AI hallucinations to keep people in concentration camps. That's where we're at. Just full on fabricating evidence. And it should be worth noting that the basic default position of the Trump administration is that they are effectively saying, well, the federal law dictates that we can indefinitely imprison undocumented people. That the law just doesn't apply to undocumented people. They don't have any due process rights. They don't have any right to a hearing. They don't have any rights whatsoever. And it's worth noting, as always, that when the government begins carving out these exceptions, it is in an effort to like form a kind of beachhead, a legal beachhead, from which they can expand to create more carve-outs for other groups of people to whom law does not apply, who have no due process rights. This is the erosion of legal rights in this country. That is what the effort is trying to do. And we're having that now be supercharged with AI. And it's worth noting also that when we're talking about these ICE detention facilities where these people are being kept indefinitely, the conditions are getting worse. This is also from yesterday. Detainees at ICE facility in Texas report frequent beatings and other human rights abuses. The 84-page report issued jointly Wednesday by Human Rights Watch and the American Civil Liberties Union says that dozens of people reported being beaten or witnessed others being beaten. This includes multiple. I tipped over my water glass. This includes people at Camp East Montana and Fort Bliss, which many of you may already know. Many people there are also denied medically necessary care. As we know from previous reporting, like Public Notice has done a good reporting around this, but it turns out ICE has not been paying for any kind of medical care whatsoever. They've just had a blanket proposal to deny anyone and everyone their medication and wait until there is like a medical crisis and then try to ship them to an emergency room somewhere, right? This is what a concentration camp is. They're given inedible food. They are kept in squalid conditions. They are cut off from the world, prevented from contacting their legal representatives or their families. Of the 71 detainees contacted over a 5-month period, 64, about 90% of those interviewed, said they had either personally been assaulted by the staff or had seen others physically abused. 90%. That's where we're at. And, if you think things might be getting better anytime soon, when it comes to ICE, you got folks like Tom Homan making sure that he can try and destroy any sliver of hope as he goes on television.
But it all goes back to the Dems who want to continually attack ICE and tell people to evade them, tell people don't comply, tell people to resist, and tell people ICE isn't real law enforcement agency. You and I talked about this 1.5 years ago, Laura. I said if the hateful rhetoric didn't stop, there will be bloodshed. And I'm saying it right now. there's still going to be more bloodshed unless they shut their mouth and let ICE enforce the laws that they enacted. But
this gigantic dog with a mouthful of peanut butter and a history of spousal abuse over here. This goddamn genocidal thumb is right, Comrade Girl 2018, is over here basically saying what every abuser says. You know, you're making us hurt you. All of you people on social media being mean, all of you protesters, you're making ICE kill people. Look what you made me do, indeed. It's really disgusting. But they're doing it not about, like, spousal abuse. They're doing it about full-on fucking murders in broad daylight on camera. When I talk about the fact that every single ICE agent, every single ICE bureaucrat, every single ICE member of leadership, every single person at DHS that allowed this to happen, every single contractor that agreed to work with ICE and took money from ICE, every single CEO of every single private prison corporation that benefited from ICE and who decided to cooperate with these ICE concentration camps, every single one of these motherfuckers needs to go in front of a court of law and account for what the fuck they did. This is an atrocity. This is a crime against the American people. It's a crime against the American conscience. And it is truly despicable behavior. These people need to rot inside of a prison cell. And honestly, people in this country aren't going to stop being angry until they see that kind of justice be done. It's so gross. It is so fucking gross. And I see you little shits in the vertical chat talking about, like, well, if you're here illegally, you need to be deported, and so, like, it's okay if we put you in a concentration camp because we're, like, big time stupidheads. Like, you guys are morons. The literal morons. The level of violation of our laws in America is on par with when you guys fucking park your car wrong. When you guys do, like, get, like, a parking ticket, when you overstay your meter, that's the same level of violation as, like, being in this country while undocumented. And the idea that, well, those guys did a different kind of minor violation, and so they should be put into concentration camps and murdered by secret police officers roaming the streets in masks, is fucking lunacy. It's a lunatic idea. And y'all are over here just, like, chuckling it up. It's grotesque. It's grotesque. And you think it's funny until it fucking happens to you. Until these fucking members of the US government, the jackbooted thugs you've talked about being willing and able to fight your entire lives. That's why you guys have those gigantic, you know, MAGA arsenals. You've been Second Amendment your entire life to fight the overreach of a tyrannical government. And the second there is a goddamn secret police force, full on with ski masks, abducting people from their homes, including, by the way, full goddamn US citizens breaking in their doors trying to abduct them. The second that happens, you guys are out there licking their fucking boots. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. Like, the thing that blows me away is how hollow all of the conservatives I've ever known, how hollow your beliefs were. How fucking absent of substance. Because my entire life, every conservative in rural America was telling me, I need these guns to fight the tyranny of the government. I need these guns to fight government overreach. I am absolutely, positively opposed to tyranny. You know, obviously Hitler was wrong. Obviously, like secret police are authoritarian shits and we need to oppose that and fight that in this country. And the second it happens, you all are out there fucking like just happy as pig in mud at the fact that these jackbooted thugs want to walk all over you. And you think, oh, it won't happen to me. These masked guys won't affect me because I live out in the countryside. And you stupid assholes, they operate out there too. We saw it in Minnesota, by the way. They operated in the city until folks got too organized in the city, and then they made it out into the countryside, and suddenly your local area was terrorized. Suddenly you guys were getting pulled over by ICE. Suddenly some of you guys were being sent to local penitentiaries. Now you guys were losing your neighbors. And suddenly you didn't like it quite as much. Suddenly you guys didn't like it as much. And it's sickening to me. It's sickening to me to see you all justify these fucking atrocities. Anyway, I think the best way to kind of cap my rage is to show how it is being manifested here in Minnesota in the DFL. I want to highlight this speech that was put together, that was released by the Minnesota House DFL. It's been doing the rounds here in Minnesota. But the speech is from Representative Aisha Gomez, state-level politician. And I encourage you all to check this out.
It's been hard to hear you call my constituents names: domestic terrorists, insurrectionists, paid protesters. But I realized that underneath my anger at you, what I really feel for you is actually pity. I feel sad for you, that you would look at these people, regular, ordinary, extraordinary people, in the face of fear, stepping through it and taking action to stand up for each other. I pity you. I pity that you look at my community and you see paid protesters, because what that betrays is nothing about us and everything about you. Because to look at us and see paid protesters betrays that you cannot imagine caring for and loving each other enough. You cannot conceive of us loving our neighbors so much that we would actually do something for them. You see paid protesters. It betrays that you couldn't conceive, actually, of people who care so deeply about the fundamental rights guaranteed to us by the Constitution that they would actually fight for them. And so I pity you. You have trumpeted your own commitment to patriotism and against government tyranny, that your eyes are so blinded to the demonstration of patriotism and the struggle against government tyranny that every other person in the world, it seems like, has recognized besides y'all.
And that truly echoes, I think, the sentiment that so many people here in Minnesota share, which is that we are fucking furious. Like, Operation Metro Surge has been done for months now. ICE is still here, but they're operating on a much lower profile because people here are still fucking angry. And we are going to remain angry until we get some kind of justice, some semblance of justice, and the entire wretched agency and all of its support structure, all of its funding are stripped and melted down for parts. And at the end of the day, I do pity those of you in MAGA, because you've been so isolated, so atomized from your fellow human beings that you can't imagine caring about other people that are outside of your, 2-mile radius. Well, outside my 2-mile radius, there are millions of people. You know, the 2 miles around me encompass hundreds of thousands of lives. And I give a shit about them. And that's something that some people in MAGA just can't understand. The idea that you might care about people outside of those who look like you, outside of those who think like you, the idea that you might give a shit. And their worlds are so fucking small. And I pity them. I pity their mediocre, self-imposed isolation. I pity them for being small. I pity them for their mindset. What a poor life to lead. And at the end of the day, the fundamental problem, the fundamental reason they are drawn towards fascism is because there are more people like me who give a shit about their neighbors and are willing to stand up for their neighbors than there are of these small-minded and isolated and lonely and scared and angry individuals. So anyway, folks, get organized. Join your local Dems. Kick out any Democrat that at this point cannot say abolish ICE. Kick them out. They got to be done. Join your local DSA. Organize working people. Make an effective working class coalition in your area. You can do it. And if you need help taking your first steps to do it, join our Discord. Reach out to GamerG for help with joining your local DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems, and get involved. We can also give you help on how to organize more effectively. We can get you into community with other folks in this community who've stepped up and are doing the work of organizing. We can help you be part of that. So, all that being said, folks, got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and leave a comment. And that comment can absolutely be fuck ICE. Last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. And we just got our whole restock and a new color, so go check that out. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. Is mayonnaise a comment? I mean, it could be. Fuck Trump, fuck ICE, free Palestine? Hell yeah, Lucy Goosey. Liberals, we love everyone as long as they think like me and agree with my beliefs. 1, not a liberal. 2, I do love you. I want you to have health care. I want you to have a safe life. I want you to be able to do great
Powerful
things.
stuff. You give really good speeches, Jack.
Thanks, Nathan. But the problem is, you guys want people like me to fucking not exist. It's not even like you wake up and you're like, liberals shouldn't exist. You're like, you wake up and you think specifically like trans people shouldn't exist, or like black people should know their place, or that like, you know, people who don't talk like you are somehow subhuman. Not true? Absolutely true. I do this show day in and day out. That is the majority opinion of folks in MAGA. I want you to have health care. And you are then like, looks like you love everyone. But suddenly, you don't like it when people support roving gangs that kill your neighbors. It's like, yeah, no, I don't like it. I don't like it when the policy of the United States government creates roving gangs of gunmen that kill my neighbors. I don't like that. And yet people like you fucking love it. People like you fucking cheer this shit. I see it all the fucking time in these MAGA circles. It's disgusting. Tier 30 people? Oh, you must be right. Yeah. Only 30 people are watching the show right now, for sure. It's only 3 people watching, my guy. It's definitely not like 500 to 600 people watching right now, for sure. It's okay. You can count. You're MAGA. You went to school. You can count up to 30. It's okay. You did it. You listed the biggest number you could figure out. I want you to have better education. I want you to have more opportunities. I want you to be able to like work a full day and have living wages in your hands. Like, I want you to have a better quality of life. I want your children to live a better quality of life. And yet you wish upon me in return to live in fear, to have my medication denied, to have like my family hunted by agents of the state, to have to look over my shoulder for what I say online. That's your offer to me. That's fucking gross. It's fucking gross. That person is a troll? Nah, that person's just MAGA.
30 is still more than we're at any stall at Freedom 250.
True. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Appreciate it. I don't want you to live in fear, and yet you support the policies that make me have to do that. But you'll tell me that I do, that you know better than me. The issue is, you might not individually wish me to live in fear, but you absolutely support the policies that lead to me living in fear. 100%. And like, honestly, you might not have the balls to actually say that to me as I'm paying attention to you, but like, I've seen where you guys hang out online. I've seen the way MAGA talks to one another. I've been in rural America. I know how people like you talk like me. Assuming you're rural, maybe you're not. But I know how the average MAGA person thinks on these issues. And the idea that you're like, oh, well, I don't personally hate you. I just support the political movement that does. It's kind of like hearing like someone who's in the KKK is like, well, I'm not personally a racist, even though I'm part of this group. I just go for the social
Another
events.
classic Jack Grant. Consider this my applause.
Anime Sidekick Gal, thank you for the $5 super chat. Also, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. My God. Thank you so much. Look at us go. Yeah, there's a question of intent versus impact, exactly. Like, and that's the thing, right? Like, and this is the problem I have always had with folks in rural America, right? You suffer from the Dunking-Kruger effect. Oh, Dunking-Kruger? Is that a competitor to Dunkin' Donuts? We have Dunkin' at home. There's a box of Dunking-Kruger. Are haters yapping? Yeah. I'm having a good time tonight, though. Typing on an iPad, genius? You seem pretty defensive for somebody who just dropped Dunking-Kruger. I do really like it, unironically. Fuck. I gotta tell you, the iPad babies they're making these days are something else. Do you even know what that is? Yeah, I know what an iPad. I also know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is. But yeah, like there's this thing that happens in conservative circles in rural America where people will be like, look, I'm a Republican, but I don't support what they're doing about LGBTQ people. And it's just like, well, but you're voting in for the people who are deliberately trying to like destroy the ability of LGBTQ people to exist. Like, what? Like that's what you're doing though? Like you can't say like, oh, I really, I just like their fiscal policies because I don't have to pay as much in taxes. And it's like, well, but okay, so you would rather LGBTQ people lose rights. That kind of shows where your priority is, though, right? Like it's personal. Not letting you in a woman's bathroom, I support that. You're a dude. No, I'm not. What a weird thing to say. I'd read, what's crazy? What's crazy is that as a trans woman on the internet, I get people who are simultaneously like, you're a threat to everybody and you'll never be a woman. And then I also get sexually harassed as a woman on the internet by people. Like, that literally just happened within like a half-second span of time. We wildin' tonight. We wildin'. God. You'll never be a woman. I don't know. I certainly get sexually harassed like one by y'all. I don't think it's personal. It sounds more detached. Yeah, but like the thing is, if you are the subject of like, I don't support LGBT. I don't support all these mean things about LGBTQ people, but I'm gonna support the MAGA candidate. It's just like, well, that is more detached, but like if I'm in that group, I'm gonna take that more personally, you know? They certainly are more detached, that's true. I've never understood how people look at Jack, people like Jack and think, dude, like it has to be a conscious choice. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't really, at this point, I'm kind of beyond taking that personally. Because, like, I don't know, like, it's a weird thing to say to somebody who has massive tits and, like a hot face. Like, I don't know, like, I think I'm hot. People validate that I'm hot.
When you know just enough about donuts to think you can make them.
Duncan-Kruger claims to make the best donuts in town, but they make some pretty okay bagels.
Kruger.
The Duncan-Kruger donut tastes like shit, but thinks it's delicious. Order a dozen today. I love Duncan-Kruger. I love the Duncan-Kruger. It's
New
great.
From Dunkin' Donuts. The Duncan-Kruger donut. It tastes like shit, but it thinks it's delicious. Order a dozen today.
God, it's so, the thing is, if that guy hadn't been so, like, stick up his
they're
butt.
Clearly attracted to your raging manhood, your throbbing masculinity, your peak form.
Yes, my throbbing masculinity. Like, it's just really odd. Why are these guys so threatened by someone saying there is sex or gender they disagree with? Like, if they don't like it, go somewhere else. How are they threatened? They're threatened because it makes them think about their own sex and gender. And a lot of cis straight people don't want to do that. Because sometimes when cis straight people do that, they realize they might not be 100% cis and they might not be 100% straight. And that's really fucking scary when your entire life has been built around your fucking identity. You know? And rather than face something scary and potentially learn something new about themselves that might change their ideological framing, instead they lash out. Instead they get violent. Instead they get mean, you know? Like trans existence forces these people to reckon with themselves in ways that they are deeply uncomfortable with, and they would rather we be eradicated than actually have an uncomfortable conversation with themselves. So that's kind of where we're at. Also, they are hateful and have problems. True. All right. God, folks, we've been going for 3 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that follow button, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. because you guys make this show possible. Couldn't do it without you fine folks. Let's keep on going. Go, 3 hours already? Time flies.
Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click
about Trump tonight. I want to know what happened.
Yes, we will be talking about that, Nathan. Don't you worry. And thank you for the $5 dono. God, it is so hot down here, though. The weather is absolutely foul. What do trans people think of people who want to purposely blind themselves or cut off a limb because they have body integrity identity disorder? So I talked a little bit about this earlier today on the Transatlantic Call-In show, which is, I would say, different in a whole host of ways. In particular, because it's usually linked, and I talked about this earlier in the context of like body dysmorphia versus gender identity and like gender dysphoria, because those aren't the same thing either. And a lot of people say, oh, well, they're basically the same thing, and they're just not. Like, the psychological roots are very different. Because oftentimes people with body integrity identity disorder are like, their feelings aren't alleviated by providing the treatment, right? It's very much related to like anxiety as like a psychological disorder, and in turn, like, and also body dysmorphia is like this too, where like if you address it, it can sometimes just cause that to spiral rather than bringing any kind of actual relief. And so there's a difference in that way. And also just like the root of it is just fundamentally different when it comes to like, one is an identity and the other is perceived mismatch between your body and like the number of limbs you're supposed to have or something like that. Like, that's fundamentally a different thing as opposed to gender identity. They both have similar effects, but different origins and different mechanics. Yeah, and I would say that the effects are, like, the similar effect is, I mean, it's similar insofar as, like, there is distress and like an emotional like toll being paid. But that also applies to a lot of other conditions as well, you know? I don't think that's a real issue that people need to worry about. It's just a dumb argument from the right. I mean, it is very much like a very rare, very, very rare condition. But like, it does happen, and I understand
You
the
claim
premise.
it's the TACIS, but all hosts are on the same side of the Atlantic. Curious.
Damn. You're on to us, Sake. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. It's a conspiracy! God. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, though. We're working on it. We're working on it, okay? All right. Let's see here. Let's do a quick... We're going to do a quick aside and talk about Ben Shapiro. You guys down for that? I'm going to kiss your dad so hard your mom will blush. Well, I hope he enjoys it. Like, like if you want to have sex with my dad, I mean that's your business. Well, like that weird to talk to me about it. He will. I mean, look. I'm glad you're confident in your kissing abilities. You, Jack. What? I don't give a shit who my dad kisses. They're looking for a daddy. Hey, there we go. All right, you guys ready to jump into this segment? You have no idea what I do to your dad, Chatter. Two Dad Smooching, I think I might be able to ascertain at least one activity. Can we watch some John Doyle, please? Has John Doyle uploaded anything recently?
Conservatives stop being weird challenge level impossible.
Truly is. It, like, truly. The activities conservatives get up to online are just bizarre. All right. What a strange thing to say. Yeah, exactly. All right. So, folks, we have to talk about Ben Shapiro. That's a lie. We don't have to talk about Ben Shapiro anymore. Like, the Daily Wire is in really big trouble, guys. But, like, still kind of funny to point and laugh as it's in its death throes, you know? So we're doing this just for kicks and giggles. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. What is this?
I'm looking for something that says, Dad likes leather.
Something that says, Leather Daddy?
Oh, is there such a thing?
A perfect segue into Ben Shapiro. This was keyed up with him making this face directly at me while I played that clip. And I feel very strange about that.
The right is experiencing right now is because I would like to see conservatism win. I want to beat the Democrats in elections more than anything, but it's especially important right now because the Democrats have lost their minds. For the few sane people that are still in the Democratic Party, they seem to be refusing to do or say anything about that. And we have an insane take for you today, this time from the insufferable wine mom, podcaster, socialist revolutionary, Jennifer Welch.
Fuck yeah. I love Jenny. Jenny's my girl. I love her because she would tell Ben Shapiro to fuck right the way off to the sun. I love her so much.
The mainstream Democrats are embracing the commies. They've
Hell
just
yeah.
been eaten by the commies.
Hell yeah.
There was a House Democratic resolution. It was
By the way, you can help the Democrats be eaten even more by commies. You could even say you could help the Democrats be eaten out by joining your local Dems, joining your local DSA, and getting involved in your local political system. Because, folks, when you do, you can make a huge difference. And for every single one of you that gets involved with your local Dems and DSA, another tier leaks out of Ben Shapiro. You know, a man who's just, well, he's not an attractive crier.
No, she's going to prosecute the president of the...
I can't believe that's a real sound clip.
Actually promoted by Thomas Massey, the bewilderingly insane Republican who's been ousted in a primary, to defund all military aid to Israel. It was voted for by one Republican. And that's not a sentiment that has a lot of traffic inside the Republican Party. A majority of Democrats in the House who voted in favor of defunding all military aid to Israel, 103 of them.
God, he's so mad about this. He's so mad because he knows if this gets enough traction in the Democratic Party, it's going to start getting traction in the Republican Party, and he's going to be in big trouble.
Ben Shapiro leaking.
That's fair, but don't worry. He would never, ever put up with something being wet.
Wet ass P word. P word is female genitalia. Because immorality on both the foreign and domestic front had become a litmus test for radical Democrats. And the normie Democrats, the people who are supposed to be moderate, are just accepting this. They're swallowing it whole because they too are trying to.
Swallowing it whole, you say?
No, she's going to prosecute the president of the...
Oh, okay. Oh, God.
Look for love in all the wrong places. Andy Bashir will be the first person eaten by the DSA. Here he was with Katie Couric saying that the Democratic Socialists of America, these communists, the big problem with that,
You know what's really funny? It's really hard to bill the DSA as communist when they're literally called the Democratic Socialists of America, not the Democratic Communists of America. There are explicitly communist-oriented political groups in America. None of them are large enough of note, which is why he's just calling... Again, the playbook from the Republicans is just call anything that is liberal or kind of left, and whatever you don't like at the moment, call it communist. Doesn't really matter what they're advocating for. Just call them commies. It's been the same playbook gathering dust since the 1980s.
There's really nothing wrong with them. They're just
honestly, 60s.
Too passionate. They're just too passionate.
Many who are running under the Democratic Socialist brand or the Progressive brand are making their case with just extreme passion. They are convincing voters that they will work as hard as they can, and that's what voters are asking for right now.
They just want the extreme passion of the communists. John Fetterman, again, the last sane Democrat.
Well, also, what they want is the passion of working class people. And it just so happens that DSA represents a lot of working class people.
He said yesterday,
is that Bashir? Yeah, that's Andy Bashir.
Why exactly are you embracing the commies? Like, what is your thing here?
For me, what you're afraid of is defined by what you won't criticize or won't call out. And I'm always going to call out people that they're not Democrats. In fact, some of them aren't even socialists. They've actually self-identified as communists. I'm not sure why there's...
This has been true the entire time. Like, the entire time. There have been people calling themselves communists and voting in the Democratic Party the entire time. Doesn't make the Democratic Party the Communist Party. Just means it's the farthest left organized large-scale party in the country.
There's more outrage within the party, and they will refuse to acknowledge or say, well, I haven't been paying
What's your opinion on Ben Shapiro? Oh, he's very funny.
attention to that race so much for all those.
I mean, again, he is right.
You know, not like intentionally, but he is very funny
About this. The fact that Democrats continue to make room for the psychos, they will be embracing every psychotic position they possibly can by the end of this election cycle. And certainly going into 2028. If you're perceived as too moderate, you got nothing. You got nothing. You're going to get outflanked, and outflanked dramatically.
Yeah, I mean, the true war for the future of America is being waged within the Democratic Party right now. It's between the left progressive flank and the establishment centrist, more conservative flank. And like, again, I'm being serious. Never a better time to get organized within the Democratic Party than right now. We can maximize leverage. We can shape the future of the party. We can make new priorities take root. We can foster up better and better ones. Like, we got this. We can do this. We just need to get involved. So, folks, join your local Dems, join your local DSA, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. We got this. Let's do it. Make Ben Shapiro sad.
They just keep going crazier and crazier. Again, many of the faces in their beloved media ecosystem seem more insane every day. So Jennifer Welch, again, I will never understand how a person like Jennifer Welch has an audience, mainly because she's awful on camera. Truly awful.
Doug. Ben. I'm sorry, Ben Shapiro, British interview.
Ben Shapiro, you're followed by millions of people online and on social media. You're one of the biggest names in American conservatism. What is it you think you're tapping into?
Well, I think that there are a couple of things. One, there is actually a hunger for different ideas. The monolithic nature of the United States media is pretty evident in terms of its politics. People tend to agree on essentially the liberal point of view and increasingly a radical leftist point of view in the media. And obviously, I speak in response to that. At the same time, I try to provide an honest take on the issues of the day, and that means that I am not beholden to the Republican Party, for example. It means that I am going to speak out whenever I think that a principle is being violated, just no matter who is doing the violation.
He's doing so good. Let's skip ahead towards the end of the interview. Let's go.
It seems to me that simply going through and finding lone things that sound bad out of context and then hitting people with them is a way for you to make a quick buck on BBC off the fact that I'm popular and no one has ever heard of you.
There are not many bucks to be made on the BBC, unlike American broadcasting, Mr. Shapiro. The point I'm trying to make is that your words are hardly designed to produce the consensus and understanding that the book seems to want to produce. That's my point, that you write about, Judeo-Christian culture and so on, but so much of what you've said in the past would seem to turn its back on Judeo-Christian culture.
You're lecturing me on Judeo-Christian culture after you call the pro-life position barbaric?
I just asked you a question.
And I asked you a question. You failed to answer a single one of mine. Frankly, I find this whole thing a waste of time. If you want to read the book and critique the book, why don't you read and critique the book? If you want to critique me, you can think whatever you want of me.
Why don't you
frankly,
just try and
I don't
answer
care.
the
I don't frankly give a damn what you think of me since I've never heard of you.
And I've never heard of you until I briefed myself for this. But that's not the issue. You have a new book out.
Then why the hell are you interviewing me, sir?
It's an interesting book. But my point is, your book claims that
Well, it'd be nice if you would quote it from time to time.
Your book is, well, actually, I've done so several times, and I'm about to do so again, if you would let me just finish the question. Your book
frankly, I don't
claims
think
that society
honestly,
is turning its back
sir,
on Judeo-Christian values.
Yeah,
what are those values?
What
are the values it's turning its back on?
I'm not inclined to continue an interview with a person as badly motivated as you as an interviewer. So I think we're done here. I appreciate your time, sir.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time and for showing that anger is not part of American political discourse. Now, Mr. Shapiro, we'll say good.
Just for additional context, for those of you who are unfamiliar, Andrew Neil is famously a very conservative British journalist. The fact that Ben Shapiro is just like Ben Shapiro's making an enemy here where there really wouldn't normally be one. He has no high
Conservatives
ground.
are so performative.
Ben has no high ground when it comes to talking about who is and is not awful on camera. He just rage quit an interview with with Andrew Neil, and like Andrew Neil is about as conservative as you can get. Like dude literally doesn't think climate change is a thing. You know? He politely called Ben an angry child. Yeah. This interview is very famous. It's from about 7 years ago. But again, Ben hasn't really matured since then, so I mean, he did grow a beard. So I guess he matured approximately 1 5 o'clock shadow worth.
Offline. I speak as someone who's not particularly amazing on camera. Jennifer Welch makes me look like Laurence Olivier. My goodness. Jennifer Welch was on her show ripping into homeschooling. Like this is where the Democratic Party is going, attacking the.
Yeah, and like MAGA conservatives want to dismantle the Department of Education and regularly attack public schooling. So,
homeschoolers.
They're incapable of critically thinking. They're incapable of deduction skills. And what pisses me off about this the most is how many parents project a script onto their kids. I'm a dumbass, so therefore I'm going to make sure you're a dumbass. I'm a an idiot. I made D's, as our caller said, Ellie. She, the dumbest people she knew in college were homeschooling their kids. And so this is trickle down stupidity. This is MAGA on steroids. This is Maha. This is tradwife. This is unvaxxed and unjacked and all that shit.
Now, before Ben says anything, I am just going to provide like a citation here. Specifically, if you're wondering, like, wait a minute, you mean homeschooling networks might engage in spreading misinformation and disinformation? Yeah. The number one reason people are homeschooled in America is because parents decide that they think that their kid needs like good old-fashioned religious upbringing and education. And they build an entire curriculum effectively around like creationism and like a bunch of anti-science bullshit in order to make sure that their child grows up being taught, creationism, young earth creationism. And like dinosaurs are actually a trick from Satan to like make you think the earth is old. Like that kind of shit. Like that, like I'm not, that sounds like I'm making a joke. I'm not making a joke. Right? And not only that, it's used to propagandize to children who don't know any better. Now, what do I mean by this? Well, let's just take a quick look here over at this article from a couple years ago. Outrage over alleged Nazi homeschooling group in Ohio. Telegram channel reportedly distributed lesson plans which included writing exercises based on Hitler quotes. A couple calling themselves Mr. and Mrs. Saxon established the Dissident Homeschool channel on Telegram in 2021, according to reporting by Anonymous Comrades Collective, an anti-fascist research group verified by HuffPost and Vice.
My dad doesn't believe in evolution. Guess where he on the political spectrum?
Hey, guess what? My dad doesn't believe in evolution either, and guess where he is on the political spectrum? The channel, which has almost 25,000 subscribers. That's that's 2,000. Sorry, did I say 25? 2,500 subscribers. That's 2,500 parents teaching their kids explicitly neo-Nazi bullshit.
Anytime anyone says anything about homeschooling or parents' rights, they are just demanding the right to indoctrinate their children.
I mean, yeah, 100%. It's awful shit, The channel has almost 2,500 subscribers, distributes ready-made lesson plans. HuffPost reported, including history lessons which praised the Confederate General Robert E. Lee as a grand role model for young white men, denigrate Martin Luther King Jr. as the antithesis of our civilization and our people. Like, this is awful. This is awful. And when you look at a lot of homeschooling materials, there are some people who pull their kids out of school to homeschool for valid reasons. But oftentimes it is done specifically at the expense of children. Like, it is done to deny children actual knowledge about the world and how it works. And, like, this isn't an uncommon thing, unfortunately. But that would be why Jennifer Welch is like, well, it teaches, like, you know, white supremacy and Maha shit. Because it does. When you're getting your health education from someone who doesn't know shit about health, except that, you know, that maybe Jesus doesn't like health, doesn't like blood transfusions. Yeah, you're not getting good health education. You're not getting quality Make America health. You're not getting quality health education, but you are getting Maha education. There we go.
These people, these folks. First of all, homeschoolers generally outperform public school students. Second of all, this bizarre hatred for parents schooling their own children and extraordinary faith in the public school system, which is failing all over the country in a wide variety of areas, is pretty astonishing. But don't worry, the hatred doesn't stop there. Welch has a co-host. That co-host's name is Angie Sullivan, who says she does not trust parents who want to be with their children.
You would not believe how many people in Bible study homeschool their kids. And you just think, I worry about that. And then you see those witness booklets or whatever they're called that the Duggars use, and they're like top out at 8th grade. I mean, I just think homeschooling is a bad idea from soup to nuts. I don't care if you're a nuclear physicist. I think it's just weird as that you want your kids around you all day, every day, and all night. And just the socialization. For me personally, it was that I would have gotten up on my hands and knees and strapped them to my back and crawled to get them to school every day, just to get them where I wasn't. So I don't trust somebody that wants to be with their kids 24/7. I think a lot of dumb people do it because it's just easier.
Welch
and that's a
is
concern.
unschooling Bensel.
Indeed, Saki Tanuki. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Cutter Joe, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, and you sent this.
And the homosexuals.
Wait.
And on the 3rd day, God created the Remington bolt-action rifle so that man could fight the dinosaurs. And the homosexuals.
It's true, the homosexuals were once a roving threat on par with dinosaurs. It's true. God. Amen. But the thing is, she's not wrong about the fact that this is extraordinarily prevalent in Bible studies. In like adult Bible study groups, parents will oftentimes create a kind of cycle, like a cycle of different parents come in and teach on different days. And like, there are different systems that do this. It's not uncommon, but basically it creates an informalized homeschool, an informalized school system, but just for and built around the ideological and religious beliefs of that particular Bible study group, you know? And like, that's no good. That's not great. It's... I also think that there is, obviously something to the idea that a lot of the parents who are able to do homeschooling are able to do it from a position of privilege, from a position of like economic privilege, where one of the parents is able to stay home with the kids full time and teach the kids as their job. And so when we're talking about this, it's usually far more affluent families doing this. They have more resources to spend on educating their child. And the reason, by the way, homeschoolers tend to do well on standardized tests is because parents teach to the test.
It's basically the ultimate echo chamber at the most impressionable age, a terrible combo if ever there was one.
Yeah. It often results in some amount of like social blunting of social skills. So often like a lot of folks who were homeschooled wind up bumping up against unfamiliar social situations and having trouble like integrating with wider society when they enter like the workforce or go off to university. And it's not insurmountable. Obviously, like I've known a lot of homeschool kids because again, my background is in exactly this kind of fundamentalist religion that would be willing to do that. But the kids that I knew growing up who were homeschooled, they were raised up like their biology lessons were literally on like videos. They had like a videotape series for creationist media that they would play and they'd watch, and it'd be basically videos talking about how, oh well, the eye is too intricate to have been evolved. The eyeball is too complicated for evolution to have made it. It must have been God. Like entire classes on things like that. And so in a lot of ways, when you're teaching to standardized testing, you can get good results on tests, but it doesn't necessarily equate to like a well-rounded education. And I don't think it's great. I don't think it's good. I think that we should have better public education. In high school, I had two different friends who were fresh out of homeschool that didn't know what a high five or a fist bump was. Both were very religious. Yeah. You know what's more sad? Your relationship with your dad? No, my relationship with my dad is, fraught, but I wouldn't describe it as particularly sad. His relationship with himself, now that's sad. But I'm at peace with my relationship with him.
Homeschooling is absolutely 100% not easier at all. Okay, this lady is crazy. This is a crazy thing to say. First of all, you don't trust parents.
Can you put your number in chat? Absolutely. It is 1-800 420 6969. If you call that, I will definitely pick up.
To want to be with their kids? What is wrong with you? Seriously, what is wrong with you? Do adults need a break from their kids sometimes? Sure. Do good parents want to be with their kids a lot? Absolutely. Folks, there's nothing more important.
Wait. Her name's Angie from the what is the podcast? Fuck. Jennifer Welch. I'm wondering how many kids she has. Yeah. Angie Sullivan. Okay. So she has 3 kids, I think. Yeah, she has 3 kids. I do think that when we're talking about people with multiple children, and especially if you're like a stay-at-home mom or something like that might very much, like I don't know what her history is, but like having children is a huge commitment. It's a huge commitment. And if you're a stay-at-home mom or a stay-at-home dad taking care of 3 children, like, that's a lot. And yeah, you're going to be desperate for a break. And different people are going to have different thresholds for spending time with 3 children as a stay-at-home mom, you know? Also, I see people asking about Ben Shapiro's children. Apparently he has 5 children. I do have to wonder how on earth he has enough time to be able to take care of those kids when his wife is a doctor and, like, he's managing the Daily Wire. Like, that's a lot. That's like, is he spending I think maybe he might have trouble imagining spending too much time with his kids because he doesn't get as much time with his kids. You know? You think they raise their kids? Well, I'm kind of getting at that point, yeah.
On this planet than defending children, and that includes children who are unborn. The fact is,
oh snap! he was just transitioning into an ad read. Hell yeah! All right, cool.
And I'm confused. You don't trust somebody who wants to be with their kids. You just trust somebody who wants to be with other people's kids. That's your pitch. My goodness. And the Democrats will embrace all this sort of stuff. They do. So when I say that.
Wait, Ben. I'm sorry. Ben Shapiro. Yeah, okay. I just had to check and see about this. Okay, literally there's a post of him saying, "You're right, my doctor wife is totally a stay-at-home mom." So,
didn't Bensel talk about how he didn't want to be around his kids?
That sounds right, but I have no idea. Just out of curiosity. I haven't seen him say anything like that, but I do think that what we're talking about here, like, okay, so your wife isn't a stay-at-home mom, and you're not a stay-at-home dad. I don't think. Like, I don't think this studio is in his office. So, like, who's taking care of Ben Shapiro's kids? Like, he's ragging on people who want to send their kids to, like, a school where they get taught by a teacher or something. But, like, clearly he's doing that with his own children.
I want the Democrats to lose. It's because I want them to lose. But I don't just want them to lose in name. I want them to...
They have a nanny, maybe? Yeah, but then, like, his entire argument against public school kind of falls apart there.
Lose in policy. I don't want any of the policies that the Democrats are pushing. I don't want a weak foreign policy. And I don't want a hatred of free market economics that is being propped up by a bunch of lies about how income inequality damn all of us to the loss of the American dream and all this slop.
Yeah, okay, but if you don't want that, you should send your kids to public school, because public school doesn't teach communism as a good thing. I've been through public school. I went to, like, several different economics courses in public school and at university, and I can tell you, none of those classes taught me about socialism or communism as anything that was good. And that was, bad. It was bad of them to omit the arguments for socialism and communism.
I'm not interested in a bunch of conspiracy theorizing about how the American dream is dead and you can't get ahead, and therefore all the meritocracy.
I mean, statistically, most people can't get ahead. Statistically, meritocracy doesn't exist.
Itself must be ground under. Like, I don't want that. I don't want it from Democrats. I don't want it from Republicans.
Then you should work to make, like, the world a better place instead of a bad place.
And listen, it may be because the world's imperfect, that we have a bunch of imperfect choices in the future in presidential. Sure. I mean, people very rarely get what they want in politics. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't call it out when we see it, because it is both bad strategy and bad principle. What an amazing video you just watched, wasn't
Man, dude's even talking like his channel's dying.
that amazing? Well, you know, if you think so, head on over to dailywire.com/subscribe to watch the full show ad-free, or
wasn't that amazing? Well, you know, head over to dailywire.com.
Ben can't get ahead because he can't get his wife's P word wet.
no, she's going to prosecute the president of the...
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And, yeah, so long story short, Ben Shapiro's just really big mad that a podcaster expressed that she doesn't trust homeschoolers and thinks that that harms them. That was your big argument. Socialism is happening because wine moms on podcasts are talking about homeschooling in a negative way. Okay. All right. Anyway, get organized, folks, because it's making Ben Shapiro big mad. It's the only time he'll ever feel big. So join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help, join our Discord. Reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And folks, got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about Ben. And also, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. We just got a full restock and a new color, so go check that out. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. No, you guys don't understand. Homeschooling just isn't possible if someone says a mean thing about it. If someone says a mean thing about it on a podcast, the entire operation falls apart. Fuck, that was funny. I didn't expect that to go on as long as it did. All right. But if underwear, then no egg? I don't understand. You can wear it if you're a cis man. You can also wear it if you're a cis woman. A lot of cis women need larger gussets and larger, like, chest, larger band sizes for, larger than average rib cages. Nothing egg about it. What an amazing video you just watched. Oh, I see, Vaughn. I see. The egg comment threw me off a little bit. What about trans men? If you want to wear the bralette, it also fits. Like, when I say it was tested with cis men, I mean people with literally no chest. And, I should update it to also say trans men. You're right. I assumed most trans men wouldn't want a bralette, but maybe that's incorrect of me. Does Imogene Olivia have G-strings? No. At least not yet. Have you heard of the progressive/anarchist case for homeschooling? Yes. And I think that's fine. But also, I'd prefer to just have a better public education system. All right. Y'all ready to dive into Donald Trump? But actually, we've been going for about 4 hours now. If you guys have been enjoying the show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, because you guys make this show possible. Couldn't do it without you fine folks.
Jack, you're being transphobic. The guys can get underwear too.
I literally include men. I literally include men in the umbrella of people who can wear Imogene Olivia. I've seen men wear it. They look good in it.
Does IO have apparel you can wear in your front and backyard? Lingerie?
Yes. In fact, I have worn Imogene Olivia both in my front yard and my backyard. It's true. I've done it. Also, just for lingerie, that was some good shit right there. All right, folks. You guys ready to jump into Donald Trump? We're going to talk about Trump a little bit. We're going to talk about his speech a little bit. And yeah, we're gonna roll on right down to Clowntown. You guys ready? Wait, did I don't think I clicked that. I don't think I clicked the button. There we go.
Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click 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 button. Click click button.
Redacted Roach, thank you very much for being a subscriber. Appreciate you. Let's go. Okay. Let's see here. Do. All right. Let's do this. Let's boogie. So, folks, we have to talk about the fact that Donald Trump is yet again trying to resurrect the spirit of 2020 and the election fraud he committed in order to try and maintain his political power. And once again, his efforts to do this are in service of the cause of furthering and passing the SAVE Act, which, to remind all of you what that is, it's basically a massive provision that would overhaul voting in the United States and basically put a lot more voting under the auspices and guidance of the federal government, instead of right now where that power resides, which is in the states. And it would also mandate voting IDs, or voter IDs, rather. So it is a bad package of laws, and Republicans know this. It's been a turd that they've been kicking around for a while. They just haven't passed it because, frankly, they understand it's political poison for them to do so. However, at Trump's behest and in a renewed push to pass the SAVE Act, House Republicans are relaunching their efforts in a new reconciliation package. They are going to try and pass it
attached to funding so that they don't necessarily have to get the 60 votes that they would normally need within the Senate. And the problem here is that, well, even though it made it out of committee, there's really not a clear avenue for this to pass. But Trump doesn't really care and is trying to do basically everything he can to get it passed. He's panicking, right? And it is worth noting that, like, Republicans are already saying, no, we're not going to try and pass this. Notably, Tom Tillis in the Senate is saying, no, I'm going to block any efforts to pass this. Saying, quote, if I see a reconciliation bill come from the House with another failed attempt to confuse this election, I will use every device I have to slow down the wheels of government until people cop a clue and do the math. Which, that's a Republican saying that. This thing is, the joke I saw making the rounds on social media today was this thing is so dead that they appointed its sister to take its place. So this is, I mean, we'll see. We'll see how this goes, but I don't think it's going to fly this time. The trick that they're trying to pull is essentially, by turning the Save America Act's dictates into conditions on federal funding, federal grants, supporters hope it will survive a Senate birdbath, the procedure named after former West Virginia Senator Robert Byrd, for stripping non-budgetary measures out of reconciliation bills. But budget experts have said that's unlikely to work. Like, this is like a hastily constructed and ill-considered plan. Like, this is clearly Donald Trump absolutely blindsiding many of the members of the Republicans in Congress, and it's interesting to say the least. It's also interesting to note that the buzz leading up to this speech involved a number of different conversations. One of those conversations was, should networks be airing speeches that are knowingly designed, even if they're by the president, that are knowingly designed to spread disinformation? And very interestingly, both NBC and ABC declined to air Donald Trump's address live. They both announced they weren't going to do it, which is, I think, quite interesting. And it is a sign that Donald Trump's power is weakening. Because usually media would be all over any and every primetime address, right? Like, oh, he's going to say something crazy, so we got to make sure it's broadcasting because viewers are going to come in. And, like, that wasn't a good enough incentive. Like, this is truly some, like, oh, damn, he might be cooked for real. And CNN and Fox also refused to air it? Wait, is that true?
Feels like a watershed moment to me.
I need to know. I don't know that Fox refused. Okay, Fox and CBS aired it. Okay, that makes way more sense. Let's see. Yeah, okay, cool. And of course, as a result, Donald Trump is now saying that ABC and NBC should have their broadcasting licenses revoked to punish them for not airing his speech. Like, that's where we're at now. Like, the president of the United States is saying, if you don't air my speech, you have your broadcasting rights revoked. Like, this is literally infringement on free speech. This is, like, genuinely something that, like, everyone in a sane world in America who believes and knows the Constitution should be opposed to. But Republicans are just like, yeah, no, that's fine. We hate NBC. And the main point here is that ABC and NBC didn't air it live on their main channels. Now, we also knew in advance, and I talked about this a couple days ago, that there was a chance that we were going to get some kind of renewed effort to try and delegitimize the 2020 election, and also that there was going to be some attempt to try and go after and delegitimize Raphael Warnock and John Ossoff and get them possibly removed from the Senate, right? And John Ossoff, I got to be honest, he is not a perfect political candidate by any means, but I got to be honest, this level of national attention being given to John Ossoff does make him a more and more likely dark horse candidate for 2028. Because he's going on television and saying the right things.
Now, Senator, you said this week that if the president calls you and your colleague, Senator Raphael Warnock, illegitimate, he's calling Georgia's voters illegitimate. Do you know if he plans to talk about you and Warnock?
I don't know. But if there's one person who committed election fraud in Georgia, it's Donald Trump when he dialed up our state's senior-most election official, Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, and tried to bully him in a recorded phone call to, quote, find the exact number of votes Donald Trump needed to win in a state that he had lost.
Now, Senator...
Like, I'm not going to lie, that's kind of spitting. Like, if you know that there are going to be attacks coming on your legitimacy, pointing out that the guy who originally did this was the one doing the fraud is, that recenters the conversation. But this was the thing that really got traction today. This statement from Ossoff.
Here's what's going to happen tonight. The world's most famous sore loser will deliver a primetime presidential sour grapes address to pursue his 6-year-old grievances about the 2020 election, while his war in the Middle East spirals out of control and the cost of living continues to rise for Americans across the country. I expect the president to reheat debunked conspiracy theories about the repeatedly litigated and audited and confirmed 2020 presidential election in Georgia, an election that Donald Trump lost. And let me be very clear about this. If the president declares Georgia's elections illegitimate, or if the president declares Georgia's sitting United States senators illegitimate, he is declaring Georgia voters illegitimate. It's Donald Trump who tried to defraud Georgia voters in that election. Donald Trump who tried to commit election fraud when he called Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, and it was caught on tape, and you should play the tape for your viewers today, and badgered and bullied Georgia's top election official to, quote, find him the votes that he needed to win in a state where he had lost.
Dude's killing it. And, like, the problem is, like, I want someone more progressive than John Ossoff to win in 2028, but if we keep getting attacks on John Ossoff that elevate him on the national stage, he's gonna be the guy. He's gonna be the guy. And, the Trump administration has tried really hard to manufacture cases of voter fraud, by the way, and, like, make a mountain out of a molehill here. But, like, it is telling that even surrounded by the biggest yes men on the planet, even surrounded by people who are willing to lie and go to prison for him, even surrounded by people who are willing to put brown shirts on the street in order to kill for him, DHS says it found thousands of non-citizens on voter rolls. Oh, that's interesting. Let's see what DHS Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen had to say. Found thousands of non-citizens on voter rolls in California and 3 other states. Okay, all right. Oh, and we got to go 3 paragraphs down here because what Politico got was a press release. A press release that was planned to be put out by DHS and by Mark Wayne Mullen. And 3 paragraphs in, the press release, which did not say whether there was any evidence of actual voting by non-citizens or explain how DHS reached its finding, was circulated inside the agency ahead of Trump's planned primetime speech in which he'd promised to reveal really big news on election security. It's also not clear how DHS obtained the data. While some voter registration records are publicly available, the Trump Justice Department has sued more than 24 states across the U.S. for this type of data. All 15 judges who have ruled on these cases so far have rejected the requests as overly broad and without a clear purpose. So, what's very interesting here is that it kind of looks like DHS broke the law to try and get this data, and it kind of looks like they don't have any evidence to back up any actual allegations of voter fraud. Which one would do if you had evidence of voter fraud. They wouldn't be playing it like, oh well, they wouldn't be playing coy. Let me put it that way. This would be the thing they'd be shouting from the rooftops. If they had evidence of it, they would be shouting it from the rooftops 24/7. You wouldn't be able to escape that messaging. They have no evidence of it whatsoever, even when Mark Wayne Mullen, handpicked by Donald Trump, is set to this task. Simpler answer is they're just making it up. I mean, that's probably the case, but they couldn't even make up big numbers. They couldn't make up anything that seemed plausible. This was supposed to be evidence that would justify passing the SAVE Act, and it's just, they couldn't even do that. Let's just take I don't want to give you guys this full speech because honestly, it's boring, and I think you'll know in about like 3 seconds in of him talking how utterly unenergized he is about this entire affair. Like, look at him, dog. He's dying.
Good evening. Before we begin, I'm proud to report that our country is safer, stronger, and far wealthier than it has ever been before. We are
like, listen to his voice. He's like, he's incapable. Like, he's Bidening, guys. He's Bidening in real time. His voice is weak as hell.
Are doing great. Less than 2 years ago, we inherited an economic and social disaster after the worst inflation in 40.
Okay, we are gonna skip ahead though, because like he's just trying to recap accomplishments and make himself feel better.
Now working with us to produce millions and millions of barrels of oil. We are like who have all personally reviewed the findings. We are presenting this evening and fully confirmed their authenticity. You can see these documents for yourself at whitehouse.gov. That's whitehouse.gov. Go check it out. Our purpose in disclosing this information is not to weaken confidence in election, but to earn that confidence by confronting vulnerabilities and correcting them very, very quickly.
If he goes to Duluth, does he vanish? I saw some footage from the 950 plus AQI and it was scary.
I don't know what the AQI is. That's air quality
He's sounding
index.
More like RFK. Every day somebody check his brain for worms or dementia.
I mean, yeah, no, the air quality in Minnesota is just terrible right now. The other day it was so hazy that, yeah, he probably could. thank you for the 5 tier 1 sub, Sake. And Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono.
That's what we're doing. The documents cover 5 major areas of concern. First, they show that over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files.
What's really interesting here is that CNN had on standby a number of experts because they knew that this was going to be something related to like election integrity. So they had a bunch of people ready to come through these documents, and they have already done so. Though the documents are newly declassified, they largely discuss vulnerabilities that have been known for years and election officials around the country have tried to address. None of the declassified information supports the claim that any previous election results, including the 2020 presidential contest that Trump lost, were manipulated by foreign interference or fraud in a way that would have changed the outcome. Instead, White House officials have framed the disclosures not as an attempt to relitigate past elections, but rather as an attempt to correct vulnerabilities ahead of November's midterm elections. That's despite the fact that the second Trump administration was has shuttered many federal organizations that were tracking and publicizing foreign influence campaigns. Now, what's interesting to me here is that not only has Donald Trump made our elections less secure, but of course, what's interesting and baffling to me is that, kind of going back around to the original point, they couldn't even make something up. They couldn't even make something up that sounded like a plausible threat. It really hammers home. This is all like one big play for this sundowning old man to enjoy. Everything that's happening right now is a bunch of people trying to appease the emperor that's not wearing any clothes, and while telling him how great his outfit is. God damn.
That information includes names, addresses, phone numbers, political party.
God, I fucking love MAGA chuds. It's some of the greatest commentary you'll ever see. Greatest president ever in history, more intelligent man in history. Trump, wonderful man, doing amazing job saving the world. Like, god damn, I love you guys. Never change. You guys watch this golden pile of shit, like, spew out phrases barely linked together, and you're just like, that's my man.
References and other sensitive data that would be needed to register to vote and engage in other nefarious activities, which is exactly what was happening. This data...
Jack, is he about to cancel elections? Now, that's the interesting thing, right? The interesting thing was I was really worried about that. I was really worried that this was going to be like an actual honest to God attempt to subvert the 2026 election in a severe, in a meaningful and serious way. And like, because so much has been going on that is very scary around this. A lot of the claims around election integrity have been used to try and like set the stage for 2026 election interference. And I thought this was going to be more of the same. I thought this was going to be an escalation, and it really just seems like a wet fart, you know? It's just, I'm not seeing people respond to it. And like, it doesn't even feel like he has his heart in it, really.
Loss presents an unprecedented election security nightmare. The intelligence even shows that China assigned a data exploitation unit specifically to this new project.
You're an overweight, unattractive, mentally unstable man. I don't know. I think I got good titties. So, like, I think I'm okay.
Pounding the travesty, the second set of documents we are releasing reveals that members of the deep state, very, very famous group of people, in many cases.
I love this, man. We're just relitigating the deep state, you know? Ah, yes, the deep state. Very famous people. Like, he doesn't even understand what he's talking about. Like, guys, the premise of the deep state is a bunch of shadowy, unknown figures controlling the government from within. The premise of the deep state is not a bunch of really famous people. Oh, dog.
In our intelligence agency.
Election fraud is a dead meme kept alive by the chuds unable to move on.
It's true. They are unable to let go, fundamentally. You know? Because they conserve everything, even memes.
Work to actively suppress and downplay information about the extent of China's sinister election meddling, covering it up from both the president and the American people like nobody thought was possible. U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration.
Also, his eyes are just slowly disappearing every single time. Like, they're getting more and more squinty. Like, look at... Dude, genuinely, I hate this man. I hate this man quite a bit. But he's given off vibes of like, for the love of God, let him take a nap. He's like an 80-year-old man. Let him take a nap. Like, the bags under his eyes are like obscuring his vision.
Files in 2020.
Take a nap and go to go towards the light.
When they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden. They did not disclose to me as president or to anyone else, and to the best of our knowledge, they did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is, this is the most secure election in the history of our country. A standard, very pat line that was divvied out to say the cover-up of this colossal security breach.
Genuinely, at this point, I am wondering if he thinks that Pat is a person. I wonder if he's thinking like Pat is Pat Sajak from Wheel of Fortune. You know, like I'm over here being like, which he said that with so much vehemence. Like, who does he think Pat is?
Is even more disturbing in light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities to undermine my first administration and our 2020 campaign. They did not want, and they just didn't want it. They fought like hell not to have it, Donald Trump, to win, and for good reason. As the documents we are releasing show, CIA reporting explicit.
Also, he's lopsided. Like, he's holding on for dear life to this podium, and he's like he's slanted. That's weird.
Explicitly stated, and I quote, in mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and...
Okay, I also just don't really care about these claims. I'm wondering...
Stunning. Today, I'm asking the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the CIA to investigate how and why such crucial information was hidden, to fire those involved in the cover-up, and to file criminal charges, if appropriate, against these people. Yet concealing China's...
I don't know who that is.
Have you seen that image of Pat going around Blue Sky? The one of him wrapped up in blankets? Oh! No, I haven't seen that one! Oh my god. Alright, let's see. Oh my god! That's not real! That's not real! That is not real! What the fuck?
I don't know who any of these people are or what this is. I'm going to continue.
Meddling was only the beginning.
But thank you
The
for the
third
$5
set of
dono, Nathan.
documents we are releasing proves that for many years, Americans were blatantly lied to about the security of
China
our
is
election
so
infrastructure,
incompetent
including
they only engaged in election interference, unlike me, who engaged in erection interference on my best friend's island.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
electronic voting machines and ballot counting systems dishonest, almost all.
Hey, wait a minute. I thought he had lock solid evidence and proof that the ghost of Hugo Chavez was possessing the voting machines. I seem to recall that being floated as an excuse on election night. Might be misremembering that.
They're vulnerable and they're easily compromised, and people within our government knew that. Tonight, we're publishing a series of.
Would it be fair to say, after a decade of Trump being in politics, as he has plain and simple fatigue from the public has set in with him? Well, yeah, but also he wasn't like a particularly sharp dude from the get-go. You know, like he wasn't working with a full deck of cards. And like he has less cards now.
Previously classified U.S. intelligence community assessments and other reports proving that our government has long known these machines are extremely exposed to attack. As one assessment states, we judged that the United States adversaries, including at a minimum Russia, China, Iran,
funnier and shorter.
I will watch it later.
North Korea, as well as non-state groups, have the capability to compromise U.S. election infrastructure. That's unquote, but that's some statement, isn't it? Made by supposedly great patriots of our country. The document goes on to further state that, quote, we assess that centralized election-related data repositories, such as voter registration databases, poll books, and other official election websites are most vulnerable to exploitation, and adversaries could use this access to these systems to disrupt election processes within the United States of America. Tonight, we're releasing all of those findings and spanning from...
Okay, but like, even as he's saying these things, these are things they've known and talked about openly. Like, I've been covering politics for years. People have talked about this. Especially since he's the guy leading the whole election integrity push. Like, people talked a lot about it. He makes news. He is for all of his faults, he makes news happen. And like, obviously people talked about election integrity. I literally know all of this shit because he has spurred entire news cycles on election integrity over and over and over again. Like, this isn't new shit.
Believe it, actually, that they contacted the FBI in Detroit. The documents state that some canvassers admitted to FBI agents that they signed voter registration forms in other people's names, submitted fraudulent registration for people who did not exist, and received gift cards tied to their number of...
I'm sorry, submitting voter registrations for people that do not exist, that does sound like a crime, but also this doesn't sound like a widespread phenomenon. Like, and also, like, it's not a crime to help people fill out their registration. Like, in Minnesota, you can register on the same day as voting, and people will, like, provide you assistance in getting registered. There's nothing illegal about that.
Applications that they produced. In other words, it was pay, play, and cheat. The FBI agents working on the case believe that crimes were committed, yet the Biden Department of Justice slow-walked the investigation and killed it. Tonight, I'm asking the FBI director to ensure that the matter is fully investigated and to work with the Department of Justice to prosecute those responsible for any crimes. Finally,
yeah, man, we got to get the federal government on the real crimes in America. You know, the real criminals in America are the people who volunteered to knock on doors to get people registered to vote. Those roving bands of criminals. Everything is insane. All right.
A stolen election again. Tomorrow, the Secretary of Homeland Security will hold a briefing to outline his department's recent work confirming cyber vulnerabilities in our electronic voting systems. They are bad. We're in the process of informing governors, senators, and members of Congress.
Okay, I think this is about as much as I can handle. Like this is fine, but like to wrap this up here, you know, you've got some members of Congress like Tommy Tuberville over here going along with this nonsense, but like it's so clearly hollow bullshit that like even Republicans are having trouble selling this.
But if you look at what we have, Ed, in terms of what happened in 2020.
The video and the audio are a bit desynced in this one.
We know President Trump, they put the screws to him. You know, there's no doubt. You know, I've seen the evidence. The same thing we probably have 4 or 5 senators that didn't legally win. They shouldn't be up here. And it's just unfortunate that that's happened. But again, slowly the information is coming out. I think you'll hear more tonight from President Trump. I don't know exactly what he's going to talk about, but the American people need to know how crooked these Democrats are. They lie, they cheat, they steal. They've tried to kill. Yeah, they tried to kill the president 3 times. They killed Charlie Kirk. It's unbelievable.
By the way, I love these arguments of like the Democrats tried to kill the president 3 times. They killed Charlie Kirk. It's like conservatives did that. Conservatives have tried to kill Donald Trump 3 times. Like all the people who have directed violence towards Donald Trump are MAGA. Like they're crazy MAGA lunatics. Like that's one of the reasons we haven't really heard anything about the investigations into them or the charges or the court proceedings in any of that. Because they're MAGA. They want to keep it quieter. And also, like, as far as like Charlie Kirk's assassin goes, I'm you know, it's been a while, but I'm pretty sure the alleged assassin there was raised in a conservative household. Like they're all MAGA. Like, in what way is any of this related to left-wing values at all? Look to the fucking plank in your own eye.
Unbelievable. Yeah. And we need to fight back. And thank goodness for President Trump.
Yeah, there we go. Thank goodness for President Trump. Yeah, he's such a spry young thing. Anyway, speaking of Tommy Tuberville, just as like a little bit of a, you know, aside.
Bad stuff can only happen to conservatives, and Dems are behind it all. And they're both terrifyingly powerful and incompetent. Sounds familiar?
It does. It sounds like fascism. Anyway, one thing that Donald Trump and Tommy Tuberville have in common is it's all a gigantic grift. And that's kind of the entire thing that I think is kind of consuming MAGA politics right now at the highest levels. It's just that all of this is, I would argue, almost all of this is kayfabe for a cover to the corruption. Here's an example when it comes to Tommy Tuberville. This is from, I think, AL.com.
Did Tommy Tuberville really donate his Senate salary to veterans charities the way he promised he would? Watch this.
I stand with our veterans, and I'm going to donate every dime I make while I'm in Washington, D.C. to the veterans of the state of Alabama.
That was Tommy Tuberville in 2020, running for the United States Senate. He said that over and over again. On the radio, he even promised to come back on the air and hand checks out to veterans and their widows. So did he? Well, if he did, his taxes sure don't show it. For years, Tuberville wouldn't show anyone his taxes. Then, to fight a residency challenge in his run for governor, he finally turned them over with almost everything interesting blacked out. Except his lawyers forgot one thing. There's a barcode on here, and it holds every number they tried to hide behind a black box. And anybody with the free iPhone app can read it. And a reporter at the Lanyap Daily in Mobile did just that. In his first 4 years in the Senate, Tuberville made almost $700,000 from his public salary.
Oops!
Oh no, Sam Cedar. Wow, what a fucking nightmare.
But what kind of charitable deductions did he claim in those years? $38,172.
Whoopsie.
Every dime, huh? 2 of those 4 years, he claimed nothing at all. Now, Tuberville has been asked multiple times since whether he followed through on his promise, and he hasn't given a straight answer. But maybe he doesn't need to. You can tell a lot about a man by where he puts his money. And Tommy Tuberville already showed us, whether he meant to or not.
It's all a fucking grift. It's all a fucking scam. All these, like, MAGA assholes are just profiteering off of, like, basically everything at this point. This story dropped today in the Wall Street Times. Trump media to sell faster access to president's social posts. Yeah, so basically his Truth Social company is now going to paywall his Truth Social posts so journalists can make a quick buck, or can pay to have the privilege to report on whatever Donald Trump is, tweeting while on the shitter. Like, this is, I want to stress, incredibly illegal. It is incredibly illegal to charge the general public for access to this, like, communications from the president like this. It is self-dealing. It is enriching himself directly. And it's like just a scam. It's the scam economy. I talked a little bit about this earlier today, but it's all a goddamn scam. Scam after scam upon scam upon scam. It's a house of scams. And, like, I'm not even, like, having to reach. Here's another article from today. White House teleprompter operator made more than $100,000 betting on Trump's speeches. It's everybody. Everybody around him. Everybody in his orbit. Everyone in remote proximity to, like, the MAGA movement in Washington, D.C. is running a goddamn scam. Like, this is... The things that I'm mentioning to you guys are from, like, today. That Tommy Tuberville thing, that was from last month. Oh, sorry, it's not from last month. I'm sorry, it's from 5 days ago. Like, the level and frequency of these scams that are getting run, the amount of money being turned around on, like, not Klarna, Karma, whatever that betting one is. Kalshi, there we go. Polymarket, Kalshi, all that stuff. Like, this is corrosive to the general public. It's truly, truly awful. Truly awful. And I do think that that's fundamentally what all of this is about. All of this boils back down to, he's running a scam, but so is everyone else in his orbit. Everyone is running a game, and no one actually believes anything. No one actually gives a shit about anything. It's all just a ploy to get more power and more wealth, and preferably both. And it's just... Man, it's really disheartening. It's really awful to actually believe in something like a better world for average everyday working people that is fully well and truly possible, but to be stymied by people who are too busy like trying to stuff gold into their own pockets. Ugh. Even worse, this recent speech was exactly 29 minutes long. I wonder why. Oh god, were people betting on the speech? Were people betting on the speech length? I mean, genuinely, that is the kind of thing that's happening now. You know? Like... It's truly just devastating to the psyche to see this level of corruption playing out over and over and over again with no ramifications for basically anybody. The only people so far that have really faced any kind of consequence is the teleprompter guy, because like he's just a teleprompter guy. He's not someone important. All of the important people who are doing this shit haven't been caught, haven't been disciplined. Pete Hegseth fucking like invited a truck ton of people into a top secret military briefing on was it Telegram, and like included a fucking journalist in there, and he's still in office. Like it's crazy out there right now. Signal? Was it Signal? It's crazy out there right now. Anyway, folks, if you... Yes, it was Signal. Signalgate. If you guys got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. I am very grateful that this wasn't far worse, but I gotta be honest with you guys, the stupidity that has mounted as a result of this
Trump and MAGA.
is difficult to stomach.
It's afraid. It's afraid!
Yes. I mean, that is kind of where Trump and MAGA are, you know, but even then, like, this was sluggish. This was weak. This was just like uninspired. It's the same shit we've seen a million times. It's the same shit he pulls at his rallies, and it's just him trying to make it even more important by saying it during like the during a primetime address. Anyway, if you want to organize against this, and you should, join your local Dems, join your local DSA. And if you need help getting started, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. We'll help make that happen for you and give you advice and, you know, put you in contact with other members of our community who have made the leap as well. And folks, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, trans men. Go check it out. It is comfortable, sexy, non-binary. Wait, non-binary. Sorry, it's very hot in this studio, in my defense. It's comfy, it's sexy, and it's, you know, non-tucking lingerie. Check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. We just got a restock. There's new colors. Go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. I'm seriously wondering if Trump's heart can't handle stimulants anymore. I mean, dude's been to his 4th annual checkup this year, so maybe. Okay, what is this?
So there you go. Nailed it. Gaming helps you as an adult. Prepares you. So take that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take that, Paige's mom.
Sorry,
playing
Mom.
video games bought the house that I fuck your daughter in.
Oh my God. Sorry, Mom. I have never. I wouldn't. I'm pure.
She's pure. I don't. I died. You gotta stop sending me clips of people. I just have. I have no context for this whatsoever. I have no context for that whatsoever, Nathan. Oh, God. Fuck. I don't know if we need context. Yeah, that could be.
This is the only prime time I need.
Oh, hell yeah. That was awesome. Wait, Jack, DMCA? No, usually video game music is okay. There are only a handful of big exceptions. Sonic Mania had such a good soundtrack.
Not really a thing for stream, but it's definitely a fun watch or listen.
Okay, then I will not watch it on stream. Breaking wind news.
Breaking wind news.
Wait, no. No. Okay, wait. There's no. Did I mute the TMZ site at some point? That could be. There we go.
Senator. Senator Jacob with TMZ, did you fart yesterday on the Senate floor?
Thanks, everybody. Let's get back up on the sidewalk. Dun-dun-dun! Oh, fuck, dog. That's so good. That's so good.
And we need a complete investigation that's independent. Now on Iran and the NDAA. When all the Trump administration, complete investigation that's independent. Now on Iran and the NDAA. When all the Trump
Dog
administration, now on Iran and the NDAA. When all the Trump administration, DAA. When all the
Bro, they got you fucking dead to rights. You gotta mute the mic when you do that. You gotta, God damn.
people are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Oh, he absolutely farted. He did it. He did it. Look at his body language. It's like a dog. It's like a dog who pooped and farted in the middle of the room and knew he shouldn't have.
Now on Iran and the NDAA. When all the Trump administration, now on Iran and the NDAA. When all the Trump administration, DAA.
A decade ago that TMZ would be one of the most reliable and unbiased news sources, I would have laughed in your face.
I mean, I don't think that they're unbiased. I think they're pretty biased, but like, dog, that is so funny. Oh, that is so funny. God damn. That was like a classic sound effect fart. The little lift, right? God. Honestly, he should have just been like, yeah, I farted. Oops. Oops, I did it again. Then like skadoodle into his car. Oh God. Anyway, that is deeply funny. Thank you for the breaking wind news, Max Danger. Excellent. Lived up to the tin. Oh my God. That was great. You know what? Editor, please make that previous like couple of minutes a segment, because that's absolute gold right there. That is 100% gold. And he absolutely farted. Leave a comment on this video to let us know whether you think he farted. I think it's pretty self-explanatory, but let me know what you think. Leave a comment. And also, get organized. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA, and check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. It's comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. And we just got a restock in a new color, so check it out. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. Whew. That was fucking funny. Holy shit. God damn. All right. See, 1 second. Okay, nothing important there. Gotta close some tabs. Excellent. All right, folks. We do have a couple. I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 segments. No, 6, 7. I have 7 major segments left. We're definitely not going to get through all of that today. We'll get through the rest of it tomorrow. But I do think I want to do this piece. I think I want to do this with you guys. All right. You guys aren't going to like this one.
The U.S. Senate chamber was not enough of an iron dome to handle that weapon of mass distraction and chemical warfare.
Chuck Schumer used a grotesque amount of chemical warfare in the Senate. Not since January 6th has the Senate been attacked quite like that. All right, here we go. So, folks, we gotta talk about how scuffed and broke the Daily Wire is these days. And I think they're just truly out of ideas and are circling the drain. That's like my feel of the situation over there is that there's a lot that is not working. And nothing quite nails that feeling more than what I'm about to show you. This is a recent Michael Knowles vid from yesterday. And you know, I'm just gonna play this clip. And it's gonna hurt.
Okay, without further ado, we are now joined by former Daily Wire 2 sports correspondent Jeremy the God King Boring.
Yeah, everybody, that's right. Jeremy Boring, the guy who no longer works at the Daily Wire, is back. You all remember and love Jeremy Boring for his work on the show. I already forgot what it's called. I want to say it's called Merlin, but that's a show that isn't made by the Daily Wire. He made the Pendragon Cycle. That's right. Here he is. Are you guys ready for the best conservative comedy you've ever heard? Gird your loins.
Bada bazing, bada bazoom. I'm sorry, Laurel, and yowza. Michael, another 4 years have come and gone, and you know what that means. No, I'm not talking about another war in the Middle East, although, yeah. And I'm not talking about another most important election of our lifetimes, although, sure, we had one of those too. No, I'm talking about another Federal Emergency Management Agency World Cup FEMA! That most beautiful of all competitions in which the sundry nations of the world, both Muslims and, well, those from countries about to become Muslim, put forth the best players they can possibly import from the third world, where running back and forth, kicking human skulls into nets while occasionally falling down and playing the victim is still considered aspirational sport play, mostly because the people of those nations can scarcely afford the net.
Like, it's incredible to me that, like, we've played approximately 1 minute of their attempt to do a bit. And in that 1 minute, he's already said most of the competitors in the World Cup are savages who kick human skulls for soccer balls and can't afford netting. Like, in less than a minute, he's doing effectively what would have passed for stand-up comedy in, like, the 1820s. You know?
This year, 40 of the 48 countries in the contest have non-citizen players, which is a perfect microcosm of the broader trend of reverse colonialism currently destroying the once great nations of the West.
Ah, yes. Reverse colonialism. Which I guess in his, like, that would just be colonialism. Number one. And number two, people coming into your country as refugees isn't colonialism. Like, I'm just genuinely, like, I'm breaking in a way
Why does
that's...
he sound like a racist cyberpunk radio announcer?
Because he basically is one. That's basically what they've had to do to try and survive. As, like, a network. But, like, look at Michael Knowles doing his best to try and act like someone who's trying not to laugh. Like, the bit isn't funny.
You may remember old colonialism, Michael, where wealthy countries with good ideas such as human rights, functional plumbing, and not marrying your cousin exported those good ideas to poorer countries with worse ideas, thus lifting the poorer countries imperfectly and sometimes exploitatively out of the prehistoric cycles of rape, violence, and poverty that had always defined them and toward the bright white light of civilization.
And now we get to the point where he says that the countries that were colonized by the West are now doing reverse colonialism on the West, but their colonialism is bad.
They're caricatures of themselves. All conservatives naturally devolve over time.
I mean, they are caricatures of themselves, but the problem is MAGA has devolved with them to this level. Like, this is truly disgusting in a lot of ways. Number one, let's just break this down a little bit. Let's just break this down.
And perfectly good ideas to poor human rights, functional colonialism, Michael, where wealthy countries with good ideas such as human rights, functional plumbing, and not marrying your cousin.
Just want to point out the idea of not marrying your cousin was not a core Western value at the time colonialism began. Just to be very clear, folks that were colonized were already very comfortably not marrying their cousins, but folks in the West, like you open up like some kind of like Victorian romance novel or something, and like, goddamn, they be marrying their cousins all the time.
This is what passes for comedy in the MAGAverse.
This is absolutely what passes for comedy in the MAGAverse. All right. Also worth noting that, like, when we talk about functional plumbing, just real quick, I am curious here. Broad Street pump. Okay, all right. So just as an FYI, the Broad Street pump disaster took place in 1854, well after colonialism and had taken place, or had begun taking place, rather. And just want to remind y'all that folks in the Beacon of the West, which at the time would have been considered, not the United States, but rather the British Empire, they were solidly confused as to why people kept getting sick around the Broad Street pump. Why there just came waves of cholera throughout all of London. It's because they kept shitting in their own water. It's because shit kept going into their water supply and coming out of their taps from which everyone would go to fill up their water. Now, I will say this to folks in colonized countries: they were smarter than folks in the West who were shitting in their own water supply. Folks who were colonized generally weren't doing that. That was like a London thing. That was like a British thing at the time. And I just, like, when we're talking about this, the idea that, like, oh yeah, we brought the people in Africa plumbing. Keep in mind, a lot of places had their own versions of irrigation, had their own versions of, like, how to do a lot of the things one would expect from plumbing. They had wells, they had different ways to go about doing these things to get water. They weren't hurting for a method of moving water around. That's a pretty basic component of human civilization. Worth noting also that Africa had been doing that for goddamn ages. Quite literal ages. Like, you have multiple big, colossal empires, powerful empires across Africa in particular. I'm mentioning Africa here because it mostly seems to be trying to draw upon the stereotype of, like, people in Africa live in mud huts.
This water tastes like shit. It is shit.
Indeed, anime sidekick gal. But, like, we're 2 minutes into this stand-up bit. It's genuinely one of the worst things I've ever seen.
Exported those good ideas to poorer countries with worse ideas, thus lifting the poorer countries imperfectly and sometimes exploitatively.
Okay, but also let's point out that the ideas weren't imported. What happened was people looking to make a profit went into those newly colonized areas, which were colonized with guns and militaries, and then enslaved the local population. not to bring them good ideas, but so that they could get rubber or gold or other natural resources. Like, the idea that they were doing this to better the ignorant savages was a lie. It was a fiction told by folks in, like, the West to make themselves feel better, to make themselves feel like colonialism was actually a good thing. It was always a fucking lie. It's not. It's like it's not like paternalism per se. Though it has aspects of that. It like just. You also have to reckon with the fact that a lot of people in Europe and a lot of the folks doing the colonization didn't view people in Africa as human beings. Because keep in mind, around this time, scientific racism literally classified people who were non-white as subhuman or different degrees of subhuman.
Out of the prehistoric cycles of rape, violence, and poverty that had always defined them, and toward the bright white...
Yeah, because rape, violence, and poverty famously never happened in Europe. Yet famously, the enlightened West never had, I don't know, gigantic religious schisms that resulted in hundreds of thousands of people killing each other.
Bright light of civilization. Well, that was wrong, Michael, and we should all be ashamed of ourselves. But now we have reverse colonialism, where we just do the whole thing backwards and import the horrible ideas of the third world into our own nations, thus reducing our societies into the same sort of
But that's... Colonialism wasn't importing ideas. It was like violently taking over an entire civilization and turning the people in it into slaves. That's not happening in the West. That's like when like Somali refugees came to Minnesota, they didn't violently topple the Minnesota state government. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, this constant need to victimize themselves. It's weird and grotesque. God. Matt Walsh doesn't think colonialism is bad. Well, that's because most conservatives believe the, like, you know, PR line from the 1800s. Like, oh no, we were trying our best. We weren't trying to enslave them. No, like, literally, you know, as I say all too often, folks, go read King Leopold's Ghost. Okay, go read King Leopold's Ghost. It's about one of the largest land grabs in world history, when King Leopold II bought what became known as the Belgian Congo, and proceeded to systematically enslave everyone within that territory, work them to death, kill entire villages, you know, maim children that weren't harvesting enough rubber. Some of the worst atrocities you will ever read on display, documented with meticulous detail. And you cannot read that book. You cannot read about the horrors of colonialism and not understand that what they are doing here as a bit is absolutely grotesque.
Successful and demonic hellholes that we used to conquer like gentlemen would. And unlike old colonialism, new colonialism is fully Christian housewife approved, as soccer, the British rape gangs, and Candace Owens' ratings make disturbingly clear. This year, World Cup features an historic first, when the United States, with a GDP of $31.86 trillion, hosted the Islamic Republic of Iran, GDP $300 billion, while the former country was actively, to quote the most eloquent president since Abraham Lincoln, bombing the shit out of the latter. Iran responded to this attack on its sovereignty by tying New Zealand, GDP $278 billion, then by tying Belgium, GDP $776 billion, and then by tying Egypt, GDP $429 billion. And then, despite never having lost a single match, being deemed the losers anyway and sent back home to be hung from cranes. I mean, that's just a guess based on how gay soccer players look while flailing about with fake injuries like Jussie Smollett with a tuna sub in MAGA country. Iran.
Man, it really is. How many references can we fit in here? Hey guys, remember Jussie Smollett? Remember Jussie Smollett, guys? Hey, remember that scandal with Jussie Smollett? Do you remember it? Just as an FYI, that was 7 years ago. That's such a topical 7-year-old reference.
Being deemed losers, despite never actually losing, is just another example, Michael, of how soccer is the complete inverse of the real world, where Iran continues to lose every single battle and then is declared the winner anyway by the Democrats, the New York Times, and the unclean spirit currently possessing Tucker Carlson.
Okay, but they are winning because they're achieving the strategic goal of choking off the Strait of Hormuz. It doesn't, like, they could lose every single military engagement, but as long as they maintain control over the Strait of Hormuz and choke it off, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because immense economic damage is done not just to the United States, but to the global economy. That's the entire point.
But of course, the biggest
like the entire point is to maintain their control over the Strait of Hormuz until the people attacking them stop.
Of the fugly World Cup isn't a country at all. It's 39-year-old Argentinian forward.
Wasn't this guy persona non grata at the Daily Wire not that long ago? This guy was formerly in charge of the Daily Wire and wasted like all of their money chasing box office hits.
Lionel Messi, who despite his advanced age, nevertheless led Argentina GDP $688 billion to the semifinals against England with a GDP 700% higher. Messi's performance.
Why is he
Choking off the Strait of Hormuz sounds like Michael No Less fantasy.
What, Michael No Less fantasy?
This is just too surreal for me.
Yes, Daddy.
But I will say also that, like, I don't understand the GDP joke. El Sasaki Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. I don't understand the GDP joke. Like, he keeps... I don't get it. I don't understand the point he's trying to make.
It's just proof that 40 is the new 4. 4 being the age at which most Americans lose interest in soccer and start paying attention to more complicated and compelling games like baseball, actual football, or Candy Crush, which, at an average revenue of $1 billion per year...
Yeah, no, this is white supremacy LARPing as comedy, you know? It's just, let's give white supremacists talking points, and I'll do it in a silly voice so people think it's comedy.
Is almost as rich as Cabo Verde.
Yeah. Oh, God. Eddie666, your comment, I hate Michael's stupid hair, just made me re-look at Michael Knowles' hair. Like, his entire head looks lopsided now. I can't unsee it. I can't unsee it.
Idyllic island off the coast of Senegal, which somehow very nearly beat Lionel Messi in this sham of a sport. Still, even the absurdity that is soccer isn't enough to take all the shine off the good old US of A, as soccer fan turned Instagram influencers from around the world have discovered during their pilgrimage to our golden shores. Who can forget such heartwarming posts as, I've never...
Why is a country's GDP or Candy Crush's revenue relevant to anything going on?
I genuinely couldn't tell you that. I don't know why he's doing this bit.
Never seen this many alive old people in summertime by Brigitte is a woman of Calais, France. Or, did you know that women have faces? Americahu Akbar, as shouted by Mahmoud Barkhari of East London. And of course, this gas station produces more value than my entire country, declared Carlos Barros of You guessed it, Cabo Verde, who again has a GDP lower than the actual annual revenue of Buc-ee's. And maybe that's the whole moral of this 2026 World Cup, Michael. If a well-loved American gas station outperforms entire nations in value creation and brisket smoking, why are we so eager to embrace a competition where no amount of personal skill or personal greatness can consistently produce more points than Haiti or Ghana or the Democratic Republic of Congo? Why? It's almost as if this entire charade is a leftist humiliation ritual coupled with a Duganist multipolarity project, but only in sport form. I don't even have a closing joke. No, it's just a sad socialist.
You were telling jokes? Like, I am truly baffled here.
Egalitarian self-flagellation, we should be ashamed. And the Israeli team failed to even qualify, so you can't even blame the Jews. Yowza!
Jeremy, before I let you go, really dazzling update. I need a little personal color, though. Which team are you rooting for?
Yowza!
Jeremy the God King Boring, everybody. Former Daily Wire 2 sports correspondent. I personally am rooting for the Danbury Little Kickers. I think they're my top soccer team of them all.
I will say, Michael, get some like better air conditioning or something. Like the sweat on your upper lip has been distracting me. Like it's gross. That was physically harmful. It was. It was truly awful. Like it's soul destroying. It's soul destroying. You know, it's not the AC. He's aroused.
Sometimes I wish the elderly would just die.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. God. I wish I had like more thoughts to like close this out, but it's just like, you know, the mask has come off of conservatives to such an extent that like they're just stating what they actually believe in silly voices now. And like what they actually believe is disgusting gutter racism that would be right at home at a Klan rally, you know? And I don't know. I think that we just generally deserve better than that as a country, as people, as human beings. I'm of the belief that we can do better than people who would kowtow to the Klan. And I'll leave it at that. Folks, get organized. Make sure these people don't gain more power. We need to crush these people into utter cultural and political irrelevance. Okay? So join your local Dems, join your local DSA, and if you need help doing that, join our Discord. Reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Let me know what you thought of that comedy. And also, that comedy from the hit writer, director, and producer of the film Lady Ballers. That box office sensation that made like $5 and while burning millions. You know, let me know what you think about that. Anyway, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, and trans men. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie, and you know what? You should buy a set just to make the Daily Wire angry, because nothing would really piss them off quite like a successful company catering to trans people. All that being said, Got anything out of this? Let's keep on going. Oh, and a link down in the description for Imogene Olivia. You know how this goes. I've been going for a long time. And it's really hot. Let's keep on going. God. In the doobly-doo, indeed. Let's crush them so hard the Overton window shifts and DSA becomes centrist? Hell yeah. I love that idea. Jack, can we add Yowza to the soundboard? I don't know. If one of you does it, I will eventually update my soundboard. I haven't been able to do it because I haven't been able to spend much time in front of my computer lately. Other than to do this show. And to do the other show that I did today. For the record, in case you guys don't know, I also did like a 3-hour-long show earlier today. So you guys have gotten like almost 9 hours of me talking at you guys today. Which is, I would like to point out a lot, because that doesn't include the amount of time I spent putting together these segments. What's that horrible video called? It's called Jeremy Boring Breaks His Silence on Recent Drama. And it began at around the 23-minute mark. God, that was painful. Wasn't it, though?
I will never stop sharing things with zero context.
Did you know if a pregnant woman swims, she's technically a human submarine?
Nope. Hate that. Hate that a lot. Nathan, thank you for the $5 dodo. You gotta be careful with your linking powers, though, because at some point I might go, no, I'm not clicking that.
Soundboard love this movie way more than I should.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. What is this? You know, I've never actually sat down and watched this movie. It looks really cute. It looks really fucking cute. Maybe I will check that out. Awooga, indeed. Turning Red was fun. Do. Sake is a fed that tries to get every leftist copyright nuked. I think I'll be okay. And, you know, because it's happening at the end of stream, like, I can just cut that part out. It's not a big deal. It's a pain in the butt, but it's not a big deal. Turning Red didn't have 9/11? What? All right, folks. If you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, drop those subs and donos if you are able, and click the goddamn like button. Slap that butt. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Hell yeah. All right, folks. It's been wonderful being your streamer tonight. And we'll be back tomorrow. And we'll keep on trucking. Whew. Tomorrow, by the way, we'll be talking with Gamerg about organizing with DSA. So please do tune in for that. And see you all tomorrow. Bye. Bye. Goodbye. Goodbye.